the organizations they represent or the institutions they represent. Get to wish Happy New Year to those who've not seen, and Happy International Day of Education, which was held on Saturday, 24th. Let's keep engaging. We'll begin in a short time. Thank you.
How have we structured our education system?
Is to make sure that our children are educated.
The Usawa agenda wanajaribu to involve the communities in the process.
The children are needy and they need support, even from many organizations. Different kind of support, uniform, books, bags, many things.
We are Usawa Agenda, a not-for-profit organisation duly registered in Kenya. Our name, Usawa, is Swahili for Equality Equity. It underscores our commitment to the course of education justice and underpins our strong conviction that the school system can be responsive to the unique needs of every child. Our vision is to see a world where every child benefits from quality education.
That child of a poor man and the child of the richest man will send their applications and they will sit the same interviews. And in most cases, the child of the poor man might get the opportunity to, fill that position.
This vision was born out of 14 years of conducting foundational learning assessments, which revealed stubbornly low and inequitably distributed learning outcomes. Learners from different backgrounds go through the current system of education only to emerge with same or even worse outcomes. Dreams unattained or shattered, a complete waste of time and resources. Deeper analysis has drawn the conclusion that the undesirable learning outcomes are a derivative of unjust education systems that augment rather than eliminate the disadvantages that children bring into school and hence the current state of education.
You find some of the kids, they remain at home because their parents, they are not able even to buy uniform, even to buy even clothing for their kids to go to school.
At Imaginable Futures, one thing that we firmly believe in is that the importance of education and its ability to actually disrupt cycles of inequity and poverty.
This state, therefore, informs our mission, which is to promote systems change for education justice through research, innovation, and stakeholder engagement.
The mission you have taken of fighting for a just society through the power of education is not a simple one, but it is one that is possible.
I want us to interrogate the policies that we have on education and ask ourselves, are we keeping children in school so they can grow and attain certain age, or are we keeping them in school to learn?
We believe that with requisite systems changes, the school can neutralise the diverse challenges that children bring into school and enable every child to access and benefit from quality education.
I think there is definitely infrastructural challenges. They have mentioned about even children who are learning in open spaces.
Our education system should be that, in spite of the background the learner comes from, a just education system should help them achieve their dreams.
The teacher-student ratio can be there, the teacher-classroom, whatever ratios can be there. But if performance is not there, then I think the whole course is defeated.
It is for this reason that as Usawa Agenda, we have invested in building partnerships across the education sector within and beyond Kenya to harness the diverse viewpoints of those impacted by and those who impact policy, practice, investment and community decisions that affect access to quality education.
The assessment inafanywa sisi kama partners with the Usawa Agenda, tukiweza kufanya hizo assessment within the county, tutaweza kujua ni nini tunaweza fanya kusolve hizo issues within the county.
Following 2 assessments in 2021 and 2023, where we asked the question, are our children learning, we found that despite the resources invested, learning outcomes remained low and seems to work for only a few.
I can assure you the statistics, the figures, the findings you've just presented here, I will share it with my colleagues in the education department, in the education committee, and we'll use these figures as we do our oversight work of the ministry. We'll demand to know, because as education committee, we appropriate funds for the education department.
In 2025, USAWA Agenda set out to conduct yet another assessment. To do this, USAWA Agenda brought on board all its 49 partners across the 47 counties for this onerous task. Following a get-together at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development with all the partners, the work began with training coordinated by county coordinators. USAWA Agenda secured the necessary research permits from the NACOSTI and maps from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
KNBS recognized USAWA as a non-state actor whose data has been incorporated into official reporting. So we have never exhausted all the statistics demand, and therefore we call upon other CSOs to come and assist us in going deeper, like the way USAWA Agenda has done.
The assessment, FLANA, conducted by USAWA Agenda across all 47 counties in Kenya, used a harmonised, home-based, citizen-led methodology. The assessment followed a two-stage stratified sampling design developed by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, with enumeration areas, EAS, selected from the 2019 National Census frame, using probability, proportional to size, and with 20 households systematically sampled within each EA, after comprehensive mapping and listing undertaken by county partners and village coordinators.
We have pre-urban enumeration areas, and we have rural-based enumeration areas. So the samples that we have all over the country will catch, or rather all the areas will be involved in the assessment. And these are professionally sampled enumeration areas that you are visiting in a partnership between USAWA Agenda and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
The 2025 FLANA tools were developed through a structured, multi-stage process, beginning with expert review of Grade 3 curriculum designs, KICD-approved textbooks, and USAWA Agenda's assessment standards.
We have this policy. They go through their primary, they do not learn how to read. They finish, you still take them to secondary school because you have 100% transition policy. They grow up in secondary school for another 4 years.
Panels of specialists from the Ministry of Education, CNEC, KICD, the International Rescue Committee, academia, and practicing teachers collaboratively drafted, pre-tested, piloted, and refined the assessment instruments, including English literacy, numeracy, and an ethno-mathematics general knowledge item. Tool development was followed by a national tools review and validation workshop, bringing together policymakers, technical experts, and practitioners to ensure alignment with assessment standards and usability for field implementation. Implementation was supported through a tiered cascading capacity building model. National key facilitators trained master trainers, who in turn conducted training for county coordinators and village coordinators.
We are training county coordinators and the village coordinators who are being trained on sampling, on household listings, EA mapping, and from there we go down and train the volunteers who will be doing the actual assessment on the ground.
We are immensely proud and thrilled at the opportunities to support USAWA and be here for this launch.
How have we structured our education system?
It's to make sure that our children are educated.
The USAWA Agenda wanajaribu involve the communities in the process.
The children are needy and they need support, even from many organizations. Different kind of support, uniform, books, bags, many things.
We are USAWA Agenda, a not-for-profit organisation duly registered in Kenya. Our name, USAWA, is Swahili for Equality Equity. It underscores our commitment to the course of education justice and underpins our strong conviction that the school system can be responsive to the unique needs of every child. Our vision is to see a world where every child benefits from quality education.
That child of a poor man and the child of the richest man will send their applications and they will sit the same interviews. And in most cases, the child of the poor man might get the opportunity to, fill that position.
This vision was born out of 14 years of conducting foundational learning assessments, which revealed stubbornly low and inequitably distributed learning outcomes. Learners from different backgrounds go through the current system of education only to emerge with same or even worse outcomes. Dreams unattained or shattered, a complete waste of time and resources. Deeper analysis has drawn the conclusion that the undesirable learning outcomes are a derivative of unjust education systems that augment rather than eliminate the disadvantages that children bring into school and hence the current state of education.
You find some of the kids, they remain at home because their parents, they are not able even to buy uniform, even to buy even clothing for their kids to go to school.
At Imaginable Futures, one thing that we firmly believe in is that the importance of education and its ability to actually disrupt cycles of inequity and poverty.
This state, therefore, informs our mission, which is to promote systems change for education justice through research, innovation, and stakeholder engagement.
The mission you have taken of fighting for a just society through the power of education is not a simple one, but it is one that is possible.
I want us to interrogate the policies that we have on education and ask ourselves, are we keeping children in school so they can grow and attain certain age, or are we keeping them in school to learn?
We believe that with requisite systems changes, the school can neutralise the diverse challenges that children bring into school and enable every child to access and benefit from quality education.
I think there is definitely infrastructural challenges. They have mentioned about even children who are learning in open spaces.
Our education system should be that, in spite of the background the learner comes from, a just education system should help them achieve their dreams.
The teacher-student ratio can be there, the teacher classroom, whatever ratios can be there. But if performance is not there, then I think the whole course is defeated.
It is for this reason that as Usawa Agenda, we have invested in building partnerships across the education sector within and beyond Kenya to harness the diverse viewpoints of those impacted by and those who impact policy, practice, investment and community decisions that affect access to quality education.
The assessment yenye inafanywa sisi kama partners with the Usawa Agenda, tukiweza kufanya hizo assessment within the county, tutaweza kujua ni nini tunaweza fanya kusolve hizo issues within the county.
Following 2 assessments in 2021 and 2023, where we asked the question, are our children learning, we found that despite the resources invested, learning outcomes remained low and seems to work for only a few.
I can assure you the statistics, the figures, the findings you've just presented here, I will share it with my colleagues in the education department, in the education committee, and we'll use these figures as we do our oversight work of the ministry.
How have we structured our education system?
Is to make sure that our children are
backgrounds go through the current system of education only to emerge with same or even worse outcomes. Dreams unattained or shattered, a complete waste of time and resources. Deeper analysis has drawn the conclusion that the undesirable learning outcomes are a derivative of unjust education systems that augment rather than eliminate the disadvantages that children bring into school and hence the current state of education.
You find some of the kids, they remain at home because their parents, they are not able even to buy uniform, even to buy even clothing for their kids to go to school.
At Imaginable Futures
celebrates the most recent data in foundational learning. So we are going to begin the session, and we are grateful for the physical attendees in the room at KICD today. And we're also grateful for the participants who are following us virtually. There are people logging in from different spaces, our partners in the counties, our volunteers who are joining us today to commemorate this beautiful event. So as we are all aware, we are here to launch the Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment Report 2025 by Usawa Agenda. So we will begin straight away. And as you remember, we are still in the season of the International Day of Education, which was celebrated on Saturday, 24th. And it was all about the power of the youth in co-creating education. The youth being the change agents in the education space, being able to promote equitable and quality education and build peaceful and just societies. So we are still in that mood of celebrating the International Day of Education, and this will be a great milestone to remember this as well. So welcome officially, you're all welcome to attend this launch by Usawa Agenda, and we will begin with a word of prayer from Vicky, from Dignitas. Karibu sana Vicky.
Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Our dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity you've given us to gather together as education stakeholders so that we can have conversations for the sake of the Kenyan child. We ask for your insights so that we will be equipped to help each Kenyan child to be able to fulfill the purpose for which you have created them for. We ask that you'll be with us throughout the day. In Jesus' name, I do believe and pray. Amen.
Thank you, Vicky. We'll go straight into playing the national anthem, singing the national anthem for Kenya and East Africa, one stanza per national anthem. I'd like all of us to rise as we sing the national anthems. The technical team, take it away. Because we live this every day.
O God of all creation, blessed is our congregation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we live in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. You can have your seats. Just a few housekeeping rules. The program was to begin at 9. Our apologies, we've begun at 9:30, but thank you for bearing with us. We will be here until 2 p.m. A number of things will happen in the course of our engagement and conversation this morning, include remarks from our diverse stakeholders that we have in the room, which will also include the launch of our report. There will be a section or a session for question and answer to be able to engage on the report. I believe as we are all here, It's a moment to be able to reflect on the journey that we have in the education system, the evolution that has happened in the education system, the gains that we've made so far, and the challenges that are still there in the education system. And as I believe we are all stakeholders in the room who have an interest in transforming education in Kenya, I believe that we'll have a posture of engaging, a posture of reflecting, and a posture of having solutions in order to promote quality education in this country. Because I believe as we are all in the room, our focus this morning is the Kenyan child, because this will affect the destiny of the Kenyan child, and for the Kenyan child to be able to prosper in the world of school or in the world of learning and in the world of work. So in terms of the program, we will have the conversations, remarks, highlights of the reports, and then we'll have the launch of the report, and then we'll have a break where we'll be able to interact and network and have tea, and then continue with the question and answer section, and then have remarks, and then now chart the way forward. Because as Usawa agenda, we believe that it's not only a gathering of people in a room, but after being in this space this morning, we come up with tangible solutions or way forward in terms of transforming education in Kenya. In terms of the washrooms, you will leave the room, go straight to the left. There are some there, and when you leave the main entrance as well to the right, you will find washrooms there, and you will be assisted by Usawa agenda staff if you need help. Right now, I'd like to thank all of you and to acknowledge that we have diverse categories of stakeholders in the room. We have our development partners in the room. We have Echidna Giving in the room. We have Prevail Fund, some of the development partners in the room. We have UNICEF in the room as well. We have civil society organizations in the room, beginning with Dignitas. I've seen VSO, I've seen Geshi in the room. That's just to show you that we have a diverse, a room full of diverse stakeholders in the room. We also have representation from the Ministry of Education. We have representation from the Kenya National Examinations Council. That means the government is in the room with us this morning to be able to engage with our findings. We have representations from Teachers Service Commission this morning, and we're grateful that you're here in the room. We also have representation from institutions of learning, universities that are in the room this morning. We have leaders of networks or networks that actually champion education issues. We have Rally Network, which is in the room. We have other CSOs represented, including Population Council, including PAL as well in the room. We are grateful to them to be here. We are grateful also to have the National Assembly represented by Honorable Haro in the room this morning. That continues to show you how committed the stakeholders are to be able to make time to be in this room this morning. We are also represented by Usawa Agenda board members who are in the room and founders of Usawa Agenda in the room this morning. We also have Semaster, and would like to acknowledge them this morning in the room. We also have IRC in the room as one of the development partners and great collaborators in the process. We also have the government, the administration, represented by the County Commissioner of Nairobi County. Yeah, so we, as you can already tell, we have an array of stakeholders in the room this morning. And following us online, we have our partners who are following us from different counties in Kenya, the partners who contributed greatly to the data collection and the entire assessment process for Usawa Agenda. From the online group, we have representation from Machakos, we have representation from Elgeyo Marakwet, we have representation from Makueni County, we have representation also from Kiambu and Embu, we have representation from Kilifi and Nairobi. And it's a great opportunity to be able to interact with different partners in the room. We also have representation of teachers unions in the room. We have Keksha here in the room. We will also be expecting KUNOPET, the ones representing early childhood, NUT, and other teachers' unions. We'll also be expecting religious organizations to be here this morning to engage with us. I hope we are all happy in the room today. I want the mood in the room to be safe and happy. Are we happy to discuss matters education this morning? Yeah, so I'd like to welcome Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa to continue with this conversation, to offer welcome remarks as we engage this morning. Karibu, Emmanuel.
Good morning. Is this one working or is this other one? Can you hear me? Thank you. Just to express our gratitude that you are here. We are very grateful that you have come to join us for this conversation. We apologize for this delay in starting. There were a few changes happening in the morning and we had to adjust ourselves to be able to fit. So that is the reason we have delayed. We will try as much as we can to stay within the timeline that we planned so that we do not keep anyone beyond the time they scheduled to be here. Because we know you planned your day. This is not the only thing in your program. You want to do other things. We will try to make sure that we clear and allow everyone to continue with their days as planned. Having said that, I think I will go straight to calling upon the host, KICD, to come and welcome us and tell us that we are free to be here and that we are safe when we are here. And then after that, we can continue with the program. KICD, please. The representative of Professor Ongondo, if you're in the room. I think they are still not in the room. And in the interest of time, I will invite the... Okay. Now we have our friend who wears many hats, and one of the hats that he wears is that he's a board member of KICD. And that allows him then to speak on behalf of KICD. He will have another chance to speak on behalf of yet another organization later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Good morning. Riding on the protocol already established. My name is Fuad Ali. I'm a board member, council member of KICD. So there should be no vacuum that my colleagues are not around. I understand Professor was supposed to be here, but he didn't make it because he had a sign. There's somebody who was assigned to come, probably due to time. He might turn up later. But on behalf of the KICD, I wish to welcome you. Please feel free. This is the right place to be. I want to assure Usawa Agenda that they have chosen the right venue. Because this is where we cook. This is where we bake everything to do with education. So it starts from here. This is where we now issue the curriculum designs to schools, and any approval of our books to school is done at this stage, this place here. And so I think this is the right forum that we can discuss educational matters than any other forum, Daktari. So I wish that anytime we are making such reports, please feel free. KICD is open to discuss educational matters, and we're happy to receive you. So on behalf of the council, nasema karibuni sana, feel free, and we shall be with you. In the meantime, the other directors turn up, we'll allow them to say hello to you. Karibuni sana, asanteni sana.
I only know Mr. Ali as chairman from the other side, of which he will speak about later. But I have always known that he sits in the council of KICD, and my apologies for not appreciating that KICD was not missing in the room. I would like to invite our board chair, Dr. Henry Kilonzo, to come and make a few remarks and welcome our guests.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, partners, friends, all protocols observed. My name is Henry Kilonzo. You'll allow me to wear 2 hats, but drop one temporarily, midway, and then I wear another one, this way. My day job, I'm the senior manager in charge of all programs and projects at both Safaricom and M-Pesa Foundations. And we've worked with most of the stakeholders who are here. I'm happy to meet my friend Ogle after many years. Dr. Sarah Ruto, we used to work closely when you were here. And we are happy that the ministry, all education stakeholders have held 8 schools. That means we either renovate or we knock the infrastructure down if it's condemned and then rebuild with support from the Ministry of Education. 2, we're going to improve infrastructure in 8 TVETs in this country, and we are also going to construct and equip 74 maternities and newborns in this country. That's infrastructure only. Then we have the software related to education. That's my other hat. So as the chairman of the Usawa agenda, I welcome you and appreciate your time for joining us today, for sacrificing your valuable time to join us today as we launch our FLANA report 2025. When you look at the cover page of the report, our children learning is a simple one, but it also deeply uncomfortable one. Why? Because behind it lies a truth we can no longer afford to ignore. Being in school does not always mean learning is taking place, and we were once students, and we know this. And for too many children, especially the most vulnerable in our society, literacy remains out of reach. At Usawa agenda, we believe that education is not merely about access, enrollment, or infrastructure, as I've talked about what we are doing at Safaricom. It is about equity, dignity, and outcomes. And we know what outcomes are. They're not just about numbers, but they're related to behavior change, systems approach to interventions. Literacy is fundamental. When a child cannot read with understanding, their chances of life narrow, regardless of how many years they spend in a classroom. This report exists because we believe in evidence over assumptions. It is not meant to blame, but to shine a light. It tells us clearly and honestly that learning outcomes, particularly in early literacy, are not where they should be, and that the gaps are widest where poverty, exclusion, and disadvantage persist. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be clear. This is not a failure of our children. Children are eager and capable learners. Recently, in one part of this country, I met a girl who was 9 years old, and I asked her, "What is the most interesting part of your schooling?" And she told me, "I go to school every day." And I gave her a piece of paper to read, and she said, "I don't know that." I looked at her, and I remembered my 3 boys of almost a similar age, and I shed tears. And I put myself in the shoes of that learner who thinks that she's the one to blame because she cannot read. Yet, what the resources available have not supported her to be able to read and write as your children and my children. Government, policymakers, educators, parents, civil society, and development partners in here, we all have a role to play. Accountability for learning must be shared. And importantly, teachers need to be supported, well-resourced, and listened to, because they are at the heart of literacy development. As the chairman of the board, and I'm honored, I want to emphasize that Usawa Agenda is committed not only to producing evidence, but to using evidence to drive action. This report, as you'll see, should not sit on shelf. It should inform policy, guide investment, and provoke honest national conversation about what needs to change. We must prioritize early grade literacy, allocate resources equitably, and measure what truly matters, not just count. Not just how many children are in school, but how many are learning. I remain hopeful progress is possible. We have seen it where commitment, data, and the political will come together. And in here, I want to thank the Minister of Education for all the support, for the steer and the commitment to ensure that our learners continue to learn in the different institutions. We've seen intentional efforts, starting from His Excellency the President, to ensure that learners get to school, to ensure that schools are resourced, and also providing the relevant and conducive environment to ensure learning happens in this country. So today, I invite you to engage deeply with this report, to reflect on its findings, and most importantly, to act. Because when we ask, are our children learning? We are really asking what kind of future we are willing to build, and for whom. I thank you all.
Thank you, Chairman. Allow me to invite another chairman, the chairman of our Founders Board, Dr. Martin Ogola, to make a few remarks, and then we move forward. Thank you.
Is this or this? I don't need. Okay. Distinguished guests, colleagues, partners in education, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to write on the protocol. Good morning. My name is Martin Ogola. I'm a teacher, and I'm very proud to be one. I spend much of my time at Kenyatta University School of Education, where I've been for the last 20 plus years. I've lost count. And prior to that, I had a brief stint as a high school teacher. So matters education is all I've done most of my life. And maybe that explains why I'm here today. It's always exciting, of course, to be a part, and such an honor to be a part of the launch of these learning assessment reports. As you've been told, I'm a founder member of Usawa, and it gives me so much joy as a founder member who has been around since the inception of Usawa from its very humble beginnings, to see the growth of Usawa over the years and the success of Usawa over the years. Of course, I must appreciate our executive director, Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, who has been able to steer this vessel very competently over the years, supported by a very resourceful board that is chaired by Mr. Kilonzo. The board has given a lot of their time to this organization over the years. They give so much and ask for so little, and we really, as founders, appreciate what they have done over the years. Let me quickly begin by expressing my profound gratitude on behalf of Usawa to the team that worked very tirelessly to collect and analyze the data and to compile this report. You have done a splendid job. I've looked at the report, and I'm really impressed by the quality and the content in this report. This includes the Usawa Agenda Secretariat, the test panelists, the county partners, trainers, and the consultants, of course, who compiled this report. Allow me to also thank all the partners who have made the FLANA 2025 assessment a reality, and I'd like to particularly thank the Directorate of Quality Assurance in the Ministry of Education, with whom we partnered to conduct the classroom observation in primary schools. I would also like to thank the International Rescue Committee, who were instrumental in enabling us to cover all the refugee camps. And then, of course, to all the partners who availed the resources for this exercise, Wellsprings Philanthropic Fund, Echidna Giving, Imaginable Futures. We can't thank you enough for the continued support. You've been our pillar of strength over the years. When we founded Usawa, we were guided by a simple but powerful belief that every child in Kenya deserves the opportunity to learn, to understand, and to thrive. We believed, and we still believe even now, that meaningful change in education must be driven not by guesswork, not even by good intentions alone, but by clear evidence and an inexorable focus on learning outcomes. The report we are launching today is a demonstration of that strong belief in action. Education systems in Kenya and elsewhere around the world have sometimes simply relied on anecdotes, assumptions, and much of the time just traditions to guide policy and practice. We reaffirm through these assessment reports that evidence is our most powerful tool for meaningful intervention and change. Today's launch and the FLANA report is not just about catchy statistics. It's more than that. It's a precise, evidence-based diagnosis of the state of our children's learning at its most critical stage, the foundation. It tells us that with clarity and scientific rigor, exactly where our learners stand in literacy and numeracy, and provides us with candid insights on what is working, and of course, where we need to pull up our socks. If we are serious about improving learning, then we must equally be serious about using evidence to guide resource allocation, using evidence to shape effective teacher support and empowerment, using evidence to design effective interventions, and to refine curriculum development and implementation. And of course, to track progress so that we are able to hold ourselves accountable. This is the essence of evidence-based decision-making. It replaces guesswork with strategy, and it replaces hope with a clear plan of action. We must all remember that, however, and I'll be echoing the words of the board chair, Mr. Kilonzo, that the value of this report will be seen in what we do with it, that it should not get just gather dust on the shelves. So the findings of this report are a call to action for a national coalition, to the government, to our dedicated teachers who are the frontline heroes all the time, to parents and communities who are the first and most enduring learning environment, and to our development partners and the private sector because they provide crucial support. And of course, to the civil society and media who are the guardians of accountability and the amplifiers of urgency. So in conclusion, I would say that we have in our minds, in our hands, a shared factual basis that we can use to support ongoing education reforms in our country. This report gives us direction. Let us give it action and resources. So kindly, I'm inviting you to work with us so that together we can turn evidence into impact and impact into a better future for our children. Let us now commit together to act on this evidence for the sake of every Kenyan child. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation, and I'd like to welcome you all to this launch. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman of the Founders Board. We're going to invite 5 people who will very briefly just tell us the journey that we have walked to get here to the report that we have. They will have very few minutes each because we are trying to make up for lost time. So I will start by inviting Mr. Cheva, who is one of the test developers. And as Cheva comes to the front, please, the other people who are going to speak after him, you know yourselves, come to the front so that we don't even have that 1 minute of walking being lost. After he takes the stage, I'm going to sit down. Sospita, Professor Mandela, and the other team, please come to the front. Mr. Cheva will have 3 to 4 minutes, and then each one of you have the same amount of time to just tell us how we have gotten here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa. As he has rightly said, my name is Kennedy Cheva. I am a teacher, the head of institution Westlands Comprehensive School, and also the national treasurer, Keksha. Most of our partners will have realized that we are replacing the P in Kepsha with a C. And that is very deliberate. So from our conference where you are with us, we replaced the P with a C to move in tandem with the times. We are not heading primary schools only. We are also heading the junior school, which has, we are proud to say, has successfully transited to senior school. And therefore, that makes the school we are heading, as formally as Kepsha, comprehensive, right from PP1, PP2, but more specifically grade 1 to grade 6, then after KIPSEA, transiting in our institutions to grade 7, 8, and 9, then KJSEA, we hand them over to senior school. So Kenya Comprehensive Schools Heads Association. That's not what Dr. Manyaza called me here to do. He called me here to give you a glimpse of the journey we walked. And I was playing, in this team, I was playing the position of production of the assessment tools, ensuring the tools were serving the purpose for which they were meant. And specifically, I was panel beating and smoothing the literacy tools. And this is the reading tools. Reading is easy, you can say, but when you get into complexities of reading, you realize it may not be that easy, even for us here. Let me start with the monophthong. The monophthong is a big word for letters, letter sounds. And mine was to ensure that the letter sounds came out correctly. It sounds simple because the school we went to, most of us, you and myself, was A, I, A, E, O, U, you know, that kind of thing, very easy. But it's not as easy as it sounds. For example, that letter A, I had to ensure, I've called it a monophthong. So when we go to the monophthong, there's some technicality in it and in sound in it. So are you going to, when do you get to sound it as A or A or A? It's not a monophthong when it becomes A. When it translates into A, now it becomes a diphthong, two, meaning two vowels. So a diphthong
perhaps what we've heard of most of us more is a gliding vowel. You know, this is a gliding vowel, meaning like two vowels sounded as one, A, I, as in my, I, or O, not the letter O, as in go. And if you don't know that the word go, G-O, is not go. And then you end up hearing people saying, I want to go. I want to go home. And that's from where I was born and brought up. That's what they would say. While it's go, I want to go home, go. And therefore I was dealing with that, and it was not easy. It isn't easy even for teachers. When does the C in cut become k, as in cut, and then change to s, as in city or cycle, to a grade 3, grade 2 child. And they are getting it correct. And that was what, that's what there was, the speaker who came before me said there was a lot of scientific rigor involved in it. Trust me, there was that. And we spent days. I think we did 4 or 5, almost a week to come up with those reading tools. And if you were told to do a one paragraph, 30 words or 50 words, whose sentences should have less than 4 words, and none of those words should have more than 4 letters. Now give me that paragraph. My friend, you'll take the whole night. And that's how rigorous it was. Daktari, we are happy. We finally came up with wonderful assessment tools that were employed on the ground and passed the test of time. So I'm looking forward to getting the document even today. I'm curious. And finally, I want to thank Usawa. I want to believe, Dr. Manyasa, and team, you've played your part in driving this country towards achieving SDG 4, which is equitable quality education for all. Usawa has played its part very, very well. Thank you very much. It was just 4 minutes. I might have exceeded that, but I believe you're going to have an exciting time. Asanteni sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Professor Mandela from Kenyatta University, and I'm glad to have participated in the work that actually led to the generation of this report. As a master trainer, we had 2 categories of trainers: master trainers who led the TOT at the national level, and the trainers who worked at the county levels nationwide. I'm sure some of our master trainers and trainers are already in. Kindly just stand up so that we can appreciate you. If you are a master trainer, Dr. Maringa, a master trainer, Dr. Likoe, a master trainer, another master trainer. I'm sure others are following us online. Please, let's appreciate them. Thank you. You may kindly sit down. The master trainers actually began by preparing themselves vigorously in a workshop that was held here at KICD, where they reflected on the objectives of the work, the methodology that was going to be used, in carrying out this assessment and everything that was associated with it. The whole question of ethics, because we were actually going on the ground to deal with children, and we had to talk about the do's and don'ts when working with children. We were going to schools and to households to interact with human beings, and we had to agree on the right behavior when doing that. So there was a rigorous preparation of master trainers right here. And they also took time to validate the tools and also go through of course, the assessment tools for literacy and numeracy, the household tools, and the school tool. The master trainers went ahead to actually pilot the tools by themselves in Makueni before they brought other trainers on board. And they later met in a Machakos workshop where they laid a TOT for all the trainers that were going to work in the various counties nationwide. And that training, we can assure you, was both theoretical and practical, where the master trainers engaged the trainers in a participatory way through role plays and other methods, and took them out into schools, into communities and households to actually do some practicals on what they were going to train on. And this gave us an opportunity to sit down in the evenings and reflect on the experiences in the field, the challenges, and then agree on the best way forward to handle them nationwide. The trainers were paired and went down to work in counties as two trainers of neighboring counties working together, so that in case one of the trainers failed to see something, the second trainer will definitely see. And they took the volunteers through the same rigorous practical training. We can assure you the volunteers also trained practically in schools, in households. They assessed children practically in the course of training. They worked with village elders, and in the evenings we reflected on everything as it went in the field. The trainers were there even during data collection and assessment, to be in the field, work with the volunteers, support them. They supported monitoring and ensured that communication channels were open between the main office, the Usawa main office, and the people who are working on the ground. Personally, I was there working in the households in Muranga County and also in Kiambu County. So we want to assure you that the report that you are going to launch today is a credible report, and all the necessary procedures were followed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mandela, for that brief. I'm wondering, maybe most of you are wondering, why are we talking so much about the process? It's good to understand where Usawa agenda is coming from. By the time you're consuming the data in the report, you will understand there was rigor involved, there was intense work, an intense collaboration of different stakeholders in this country. That goes to show that we are devoted to this, and it's majorly a citizen-led assessment. So you're looking at us working with volunteers in the ground, us working with over 50 partners, local organizations in the ground to be able to collect our data. And the essence for this is for the communities in the ground to understand the situations in the ground and be able to come up with initiative to transform education in their own areas, being able to come up with local solutions for their local problems. So let's continue hearing the story. I hope you're understanding the journey that has brought us here thus far. So if there's a volunteer from Nairobi, kindly come forward. There's Deborah from Nairobi, kindly come forward. Or any other volunteer in the room, kindly come forward. And a village coordinator from Machakos. Let's continue hearing the beautiful story. And we have one of our partners from Embu. So Spita Karibu.
Wazazi hamjambo. Ai, wazazi hamjambo. Ala, sisi we are all parents, ndio? Now, I'm Sospita Getonga. I come from a county of Embu. I represent the partner organizations that worked with Usawa Agenda in 2025 assessment. In the Republic of Kenya, we had over 50 partner organizations. 50 because some of our counties are vast, like Marsabit and Turkana, and therefore we had more than one partner in those counties. Basically, the partner organization and the main thing that the partner organizations engaged in was to ensure that every household sampled is assessed. Every school sampled is assessed. The process within the counties started by training the county coordinators and the village coordinators at the regional conferences. In Eastern, we held our training in Embu, and that brought on board all the coordinators and the village coordinators from within the Eastern region. After that, we went out, had interactions with the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Education for permission to access the villages. Eventually, we did the EA's mapping, that is enumeration areas mapping, trickled down to household listings and volunteers recruitment. Eventually, we did volunteers training within specific counties' headquarters. For Marsabit County, they held 2 volunteers training. After training, it was time to do assessment. And we started assessing the households that were sampled. After the households, we assessed the schools. After that, it was time for the team to prepare the report for us. And I want to believe that is why we are here. So as a county partners, Republic of Kenya, we appreciate the partnership with the Usawa Agenda. And we believe that the report is going to inform much of our engagement towards our vision of leaving no child behind. I was in the field, I visited, and it is sad, Dr. Sarah Ruto, that you will find a school, it has a junior secondary school section, but no single teacher posted there by the Teacher Service Commission. That child is being left behind. Am I right? Thank you. So the discourse that the CSOs partnering with the Usawa Agenda want to take moving forward is to shape the county budget processes. And as we move to the next dispensation of the county integrated development plans and the MTP, we want to be in the center of the debate so that the government would allocate resources adequately to support our children to access quality education. And that would mean working together with everyone in the space, right from the community level up to the highest level possible. Thank you, members, and we appreciate being part of this process. Asanteni sana.
Hey, good morning, members. Hey, okay, my name's Judith Akinyi. I'm representing Deborah. She has an apology and she has an emergency. So I'm a volunteer of Usawa, and we were being trained at Kajiado. I've been doing this for the second time. Once I was trained here in town, Nairobi, and the other one we've been trained at Kajiado. And the training was very, very successful to us, of which gave us an easy time for us to go to the field and do the necessary activity that we are supposed to do. As a volunteers, we meet so many people around. We meet their parents, we meet children. Sometimes when we go to the household, we cannot find the member of that family. But what we do, we book an appointment with them. The following day, we come and do the necessary activity. And we found so many vulnerable children at the slums area, whereby they have so many challenges they are going through about the education level. Especially, we find that some of the children, they don't have uniform. Some of them live there with their guardians. Well, let me say that the ones who are being affected with the floods, so they are going through a lot. And when you find sometimes when you are doing the activity of asking the question through the data, find some of the learners cannot even read, cannot even write well. And for example, maybe you find a learner, maybe a grade 5 learner cannot read well. So what we do, we just go ahead and do the activity. As a parent, I was very, very touched when I see some of the girls who are supposed to be in school, they are pregnant. Some of them are pregnant. They cannot take care of themselves. So it was something, even to us, it was not easy for us, but we do the necessary job that we are being trained, and we do it very, very well. And really thanks the trainers who train us through this process. It was very, very successful, and we really thank you, and we know that we'll do it more and more. I don't have much to say. I just have those are the few things that I at least observe from the field as a volunteer. Thank you very much.
We appreciate all our partners in the 47 counties and our test panelists, our trainers, our county coordinators, our village coordinators, our volunteers in all the 47 counties, our development partners. Would like to acknowledge our funder who is in the room, which is Echidna Giving, represented by Dr. Sararuto. We are sincerely honored that you're in the room with us today. We appreciate you big time. So I'd like there's an important category of people that we've not talked about since the session began today. They are the internal stakeholders of our agenda. These people have worked so hard over the years to ensure that we have credible and quality data. So I'd like to call upon the staff from Usawa Agenda. At Usawa Agenda, we have several departments. We have the governance department, we have research and evidence, we have communication and engagement, and you have operations and finance. These are the people. Usawa Agenda has been in this for over 16 years, for like 16 years now, generating quality, comprehensive data, and this team has worked tirelessly to ensure that we have credible data. So Usawa Agenda staff in public today on 26th January 2026. We appreciate what we do. We also have our department, monitoring, learning and strategy department represented here. Emmanuel, we see what you do. Education justice keeps you awake in the night. So we thank you for what you do for the nation of Kenya and globally. You can have your seats. Thank you very much. Clap for them once again. And we'd also like to Most of our partners in the 47 counties are following virtually. Partners, we see you. Continue engaging in the virtual space. Send us your comments, send us your questions. We see them and we'll read them aloud. Would like to thank one of the key stakeholders in the room, that is parents, right? Education can never be complete without the role played by the parents. And in our midst today, we have the chairman of the National Parents Association, Mr. Silas Obuhatsa. Thank you for joining us this morning. We also have Hesbon representing Kenya National Union of Teachers. So in this room today, we have the teachers, we have the parents, we have government, we have the Senate represented in this room today. So we are going straight into the program. In the interest of time, we are going to have the keynote speech by our champion in this country, who is a GOAT, greatest of them all in the athletic world. That is Mr. Eliud Kipchoge. Will give his remarks shortly. Unfortunately, he was unable to join us physically in this room today due to other engagements. But we have his speech, which is going to be played in a short while. But before that, I'd like to read his bio. So Eliud Kipchoge is an Olympic marathon gold medalist at Rio 2016 and Tokyo 2022. Also a world champion of the 5,000 meters in 2003. Eliud set the marathon world record at under 2 hours and 1 minute in Berlin, Germany in 2022. He's the first human to run a sub 2-hour marathon under 2 hours. You remember the Ineos challenge? All right, you remember that, thank you. And then he's considered the greatest marathon runner at all time, having won 15 of his 16 major marathons. 4 in London and also 5 in Berlin Marathon. Training, he is known to be strict, and then he sticks to the regime. He's consistent in what he does, and he believes in what he does. His philosophy, who remembers Eliud Kipchoge's philosophy? I will not promise a gift this morning, but who remembers Kipchoge's philosophy? Dr. Sarah Ruta has gotten that, kindly clap for her. The rest of you are still thinking about it. Yeah, so no human is limited. So as we're in this room today, can you also take that and say no child is? Can we say no child is limited? Fantastic. So outside athletics, he's an environmentalist and an educationist and has done a lot of work through the Eliud Kipchoge Foundation. So at the Eliud Kipchoge Foundation, they are big on also promoting the aspect of literacy, where they have built libraries, and we know what that does in terms of acquisition of literacy skills. They're also into school upgrades and environmental conservation and providing school fees for children who come from disadvantaged homes. So right now, let's prepare to have his speech. The technical team, karibu.
Education Honorable Julius Migoso Kamba, members of the Senate and the National Assembly Committees on Education, Ministry of Education, and Teacher Service Commission officials, development partners, teachers unions, school heads association, parents associations, civil society actors, our host today, Usawa Achenda, headed by Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa. Good morning. I would like to associate myself with the words of the former UN Secretary General, the late Kofi Annan, who once said, education is the great equalizer of our time. It gives hope to the hopeless and creates chances for those without. The release of this report by Usawa Achenda today on foundational literacy and numeracy coincides with the global celebration of the International Day of Education, which is January 24th, which is today, which is themed Learning for Lasting Peace. Contrary to what many young people are told, education is not just for employment. It's for the entire peace in shared and sustainable prosperity. For this to happen, however, we must ensure that all children have a fair chance to participate in and benefit from good quality education. Usawa Achenda calls this education justice. This is important to me. As you may know, education and environmental causes are dear to me. One, because evidence shows that the early childhood education enhances brain development, fosters future academic success, promotes health, and contributes to economic development, which underpins national and global peace. Secondly, a just education fosters environmental sustainability. I often say every day is a day for me. And so I dare say proper learning can only take place in a clean environment. As an athlete, I train every single day to keep going. I need to breathe plenty of clean air daily as well. For that reason, I focus on conserving the environment every day. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDGs 4 and 5, are urgent because it calls on us to, and I quote, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, and achieve gender equality by empowering all women and girls, respectively. This report today provides the evidence needed for us to see where we are in the journey to attain these goals. Therefore, it gives me pleasure as a global citizen that you, as the education stakeholders, starting with the Kenyan government represented by the CS for Education, Honorable Julius Okamba, the Senate and the National Assembly, education actors like Usawa Agenda, development partners like Echitna Giving, Imaginable Futures, the Gates Foundation, Boticas, FTCTO, UNICEF, LEGO Foundation, HIRC, and many others are committed to gathering and sharing evidence to inform policies and investments to better education for our children. I believe this report will guide not only Kenya, which is implementing the competency-based education, but the rest of the world in the quest for education, just as highlighted by Usawa Agenda. A just education is a good foundation upon which to build just societies and promote sustainable global peace. As stakeholders, which includes Eliud Kipchoge Foundation, we must double our efforts to ensure good learning outcomes for our children. For instance, there should be no reason, as 2023 FLANA report findings showed, for second in 10 class of 8 learners and 3 in 10 grade 6 learners could not read and comprehend a grade 3 English text. We can do better as global citizens for good of our learners. I'm curious to know the findings of 2025 LANA report. I can see in the program Dr. Sarah Ruto, our former Cabinet Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Education, and now the program officer at Uchitna Giving. They are also members of the National Assembly and the Senate Committees on Education. And of course, our chief guest, the CS for Education, Honorable Okamba, who has been entrusted by the President, Dr. William Ruto, to steer the implementation of competency-based education. So, we are in safe hands. To have development partners here, such as Imaginable Futures, the Gates Foundation, World Bank, Prevail Fund, and many others, means we can pool resources for good of education and a clean environment, and therefore lasting peace. Let us all interrogate this report on foundational literacy and numeracy for us as education stakeholders to make informed choices. As for Usawa Agenda, led by Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, keep up the good work. Let us get more evidence to strengthen education as a great equalizer of our time, as Kofi Annan said. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eliud Kipchoge. In absentia, we appreciate the work you do for this nation and for our children in the counties. Would like to sincerely appreciate the National Government Administration officers. Our work wouldn't have been successful in the counties and in the households without the collaboration of the chiefs and the village elders in the counties. They played a critical role in ensuring that our volunteers had a smooth time in the households and also just supporting the entire process. So I would like to sincerely thank the National Government Administration officers, and we are honored this morning to have Mr. Simon Osumba, the County Commissioner for Nairobi County. We are grateful that you made time to come, sir. Right, so right away would like to go into I know we've been expecting the findings since the day started. This is the moment where we would like now to hear the findings from the 2025 Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment Report from Musawa Agenda. I'd also like to thank the parents in all the households that we visited in the 47 counties. Thank you for allowing us to engage with you at the households and assess the children. And thank you to the teachers and the head teachers in the schools where we conducted the school surveys. Now the moment is here for the presentation of findings by Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa. Kindly give him a hand clap as he comes. As the presentation is made, kindly engage, take notes, comments, questions, because we'll have a section where we will have a Q&A and respond to issues. Thank you very much. Karibu Emmanuel.
Happy to be back to this platform again. But before I present, I just want to note that this year, our report is much bigger than what we have always produced because of two things that we did this year that we had not done before. One of them is that this time we did classroom lesson observation, which we had never done. We knew what happens at home, we knew what happens in the household, but we didn't know what happens in the classroom. So this time we did classroom observation. But more importantly, this time, for the first time, we went to the refugee camps. And that was only made possible by International Rescue Committee. And they are in the room. So I want to invite the lady from International Rescue Committee to come and say something and why they thought it was important that we do this. And then we'll share the report, which now includes refugee communities.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Yes, the IRC were very appreciative to be part of this exercise. And for the IRC, we are part of a consortium that's under the Teach Well project. And this is a consortium that has 5 other partners. And the aim of this project is around, continuous capacity building for teachers. So we are working with Research Triangle Institute, African Population Health Research Center, Lutheran World Federation, as well as FilmEd Kenya, with the IRC, International Rescue Committee, as the lead partner. So in terms of starting, yes, I would again extend my congratulations to Musawa Agenda for successfully undertaking this assessment and more so extending the learning assessments to the refugee settings for the first time. And so this was very timely and much welcomed. We do acknowledge that you had to deal with technical, operational and ethical complexities in terms of doing assessments in a fragile and displacement context, hence, again, our appreciation. We also thank all the other stakeholders that have been part and supported this process and provided the space to ensure that this exercise was successful. We thank the Ministry of Education, both at national and county level, KICD, TSC, NEC, NACOSTI, KEPSHA, DRS, UNHCR, and so many other stakeholders. Apologies if I've left anybody out, but there are so many stakeholders that took part and supported this exercise. This exercise was important in the refugee context as learning data shapes policy, funding, and reform priorities. When refugee learners are excluded from national assessments, they risk being invisible in national decision-making, so therefore, including refugee learners is a step towards equity and not having a parallel system, more so especially since we have the Shirika plan that's coming into play. Refugee children are part of Kenya's learning ecosystem, therefore their learning outcomes reflect both the education system performance and broader social inclusion. Hence, national data is stronger and more credible when it reflects all learners and with the refugee children being brought in. The Kenyan government has laid a policy foundation for the integration of refugees into the national education system and has made great progress on access for refugee learners. The real question now is learning quality and outcomes. Therefore, this report is critical as it helps shift the conversation from enrollment, and not just those numbers, but to learning outcomes for refugee learners. With this report, our hope is that policymakers, implementers, and partners use the findings to inform system strengthening in education for both the refugee and host community learners. The data should guide targeted support, teacher development, and curriculum adaptation. And the outcome and evidence from this report should lead to action and not remain on shelves. And I think the board chair actually also intimated as such, and so I think we are of the same mind. As mentioned earlier, we are different stakeholders that supported this process, and this is something we value, the collaboration between government, assessment bodies, and humanitarian and development partners. And we do hope to see the continuation of the spirit of partnership and collaboration. To this end, and to ensure sustainable inclusion of refugee learners, it requires alignment with national systems and not parallel approaches. So this report is quite critical for us. Looking ahead, we hope that this marks the beginning of routine inclusion of refugee learners in national assessments and continued learning, refinement of methods, and I can never say that word quite, but you know what I mean, of inclusive assessment practices. As I close, I wanted to remind you of the evidence generated through this assessment, and as we dive into the report, and we're quite excited to hear more. But once again, to thank Usawa Agenda for organizing this and for your leadership and courage in expanding the assessment into the refugee camps. Teachwell and IRC is committed to walk the path to ensure quality and equitable access to education for all. And we need you all to join us in making this vision a reality for every child in Kenya. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, IRC. It was very important that at this point, when the government wants to start integrating the refugee communities into the rest of the country, that they have a baseline. They know what the status of learning is in those communities, and then that will provide a good framework for the Ministry of Education to know where the gaps are. We are going to highlight some of those gaps here, and that will be a good base to start to plan on resourcing the integration, knowing how much is needed, what are the gaps, what are the places where refugee communities are doing maybe much better than the host communities where they are, and how do we make sure that that integration works seamlessly without causing any rifts. I am technologically challenged, so someone is helping me to project. Please project the logo, that the PPT that has the logos of Usawa Agenda. Move on to the logos, the third slide. That will help us. We just want to explain our perspective of what education is and why we think it's important to include everyone. So this is how we perceive education systems, and this is not about Kenya, this is worldwide. I want to remind us where we came from with education. Where did we come from with education? People were taught the skill that their parents had by your parents. If your parents didn't have a skill, they paid someone a cow to teach you a skill. If they didn't have the cow to pay, you grew up to be a laborer. So that is where we've come from. Yeah? You are taught either by parents what they knew. If they didn't know anything and they wanted you to be someone better than them, they paid someone who had a skill, either blacksmith, a herbalist, to teach you a skill. And if they didn't have the cow to pay, you just grew up and you lived off the strength of your muscle. But over the years, we have agreed that it's important for society that every child gets an education. And in Kenya, we even went further and put this in our constitution and said it will be a constitutional right for every child. But we inherited education systems that were built on the foundation of you get what you can pay based on where you've come from. And that remains the struggle today that education systems are going through. So most education systems in the world are represented by the tree you see on your left. You go to school, you attend education, we are treating the roots as the children. You go to school, which is that trunk of that tree, you attend your education. But what you get out of school is determined before you go to school. I don't know whether it makes sense. We know we have grade 10 transition happening, and we are seeing the fight for the big schools that are known to do well. And so in the end, the people who will access those good schools are those who have the muscle to fight. Yeah. And we have seen KCSE results very recently. And they tell you where the E's are coming from and where the S's are coming from. So in many ways, you go into school when what you get out of school is predetermined based on where you have come from. And this is not about Kenya, this is global. That's why if you go to the US, those who go to Ivy League universities are still predetermined in many ways by where they have come from. Our commitment as a country on giving every child an equal opportunity through education is what is reflected in the second tree. That regardless of where you have come from, regardless of the strength of your family, what you get out of school will be determined by your effort and your ability. So you get into school, you learn, and you come out of there prosperous. So that the color of the branches, which are now the adults out of school, should be the same. If you have benefited from quality education, the color of the branches should be the same. Everyone should have equal opportunity to thrive post-school, regardless of where they came from and how they came into school. We will also see that children with disabilities are facing more challenges through the education system. And this is not because they have limited ability, it is just because we have not met their special needs that will make the school work for them. Let me progress quickly, and I want to ask that we go to slide, to the findings, so that we go to slide number 9. I made a PowerPoint presentation yesterday and was very happy about it, only to find that many of the things I had worked on did not save at all. So in the morning, I tried to make a new PowerPoint. I ran out of time and gave up. So I am going to show a few PowerPoint slides, and then I will revert to the Word document that is the full report. If you look at what we are seeing here, it shows us our enrollment as it currently stands. And this is a major improvement from 2023. In 2023, we had 9 out of 10 children out of school. Now we have 6 out of 10. So there is a major improvement. We are going to show where the gaps are. The gaps in enrollment are in the pre-primary age. And that also helps us to understand if we want to run the last mile of getting every child into school, where we need to focus our effort. We can go to the next slide. And the next slide shows us exactly that among the children who are age 4 to 5, that is the pre-primary school age, 16% of them are out of school. But if we look at the age of primary, 6 to 12, just about 4% are out of school. There is major improvement in that area. And then the out of school number starts to increase again post age 12. It's an important indicator there because we need to have a conversation to ask how do we get pre-primary enrollment to happen when it should happen, because we have delays there That's why we have more children in that age bracket not in school. And then we have dropping out after primary that we need to address. When you look at children with disabilities, go to the next slide. We'll see that for the children with disabilities, while the national average of out of school is 6%, for children with disabilities is 20%. And that is an important consideration to keep in mind. Why are we having these challenges that children with disabilities are not in school? They have higher non-enrollment rate and they have higher dropout rate. Okay. So we have the question as to why children with disabilities are out of school. And one of the things that is considered very important here is that there is high cost of materials. School heads feel that there is inadequate funding for children with disabilities, and they think that parents are not cooperating sufficiently in terms of funding the gap that exists in ensuring children with disabilities stay in school. Who are the other children out of school? We can go to the next slide. You'll see that more boys are out of school than girls. And this is now uniform across the country except in the ASAL counties, where we have more boys than girls, where we have more girls out of school than boys. For the rest of the country, majority, now we have more boys out of school than girls. When we look at some of the drivers of non-enrollment, you can go to the next slide, slide number 14. You see that a child from a poor household is almost 5 times more likely to be out of school compared to a child from a rich household. So poverty is a main driver of enrollment and dropout from school. I need to go back to the ASALs, slide number 15. And from the data that we collected, the county with the highest percentage of children out of school is Garissa. And you will see that 27 in 100%, in 100 of school-going age children, 27 are actually out of school. And Garissa, like any other ASAL county, as I mentioned, has a higher percentage of girls out of school than boys, compared to the general picture that you see in the country. In Mandera, 21 out of 100 are out of school. And again, more girls are out of school there than boys. Among the refugee communities, 19 out of 100 children are out of school. So you can see that even within refugee communities, the enrollment is better than in some of our ASAL counties. And that gives us an important issue to consider when we are starting to work on the integration. When the household head has no formal education, children have a very high likelihood of being out of school. Please move on to slide number 16. If you look at that slide, you will see that for the households with at least a degree holder as the head of the household, only 2 in 100 children are out of school. But for households where the head has no formal education, 16 out of 100 are out of school. So as we have conversations on the current generation of young people, whether they will go to college or they will go to university or not, let's understand that the conversation we are having about them has implications on the households they will have and the children they will have, and whether those children will go to school or not. Because we can see here that for the parents who have gone to school, their children are going to school. Please go to slide 18. If you go there, you will see that a refugee child is like 4 times likely to be out of school than an average Kenyan child. But the refugee child is not so badly off compared with the child in the host communities. And host communities in this case were Garissa County and Turkana County, because these two are where our refugee camps are. So again, as we work on integration, we have the host community to think about, and think about making that host community look like the average Kenyan child. Because the average Kenyan child, 6% chance of being out of school. The average host community child is actually 18% chance of being out of school. And in the refugee communities, 20% chance of being out of school. So this integration should not focus only on the refugee community, but consider the implication for the host communities, whose conditions are not very different from those of the refugee community. We can go to let's go to slide 21. And if we look at slide 21, we'll see that 76% of Kenyan children are actually attending public schools. And around 23% are in private school. We have a small component of homeschooling that is starting to come up, 0.1% of children who are in homeschooling plans, and 0.7% of the children are in the refugee community school. And I think that statistic is important when we are planning integration. Let's go to slide 24. This was important because we have a project that we are starting to work on with Keksha and the Parents Association around ending corporal punishment in schools. And we asked school heads when we went across the country the methods that they are using to discipline children in school. And we saw for many of them that now the most favored method is giving children manual punishment as a way. They are moving away from corporal punishment, but it's still, a child is given manual work to do. While this is a positive move, it can backfire. How can it backfire? Because if we make children think that manual work is punishment, if we make them think that manual work is punishment, it is going to defeat part of the CBE agenda, which is to say you can actually work with your hands and earn much better than someone who sits in the office. So we need to be careful with the message that we send as we do these methods of correcting the learners and correcting children. We still have a substantive 16% of schools that are using the whip. And they will be the ones we will be engaging with to say that the whip was outlawed, just to remind them that it was outlawed, and then find other ways of how to deal with discipline, because it's important that children are disciplined. We looked at the number of learners sharing a book in grade 3 and grade 6. This time we did classroom observation, so we observed math and English lessons in grade 3 and grade 6, and we took note on the number of learners sharing a book. Go to slide 27. You will see that in grade 3, we have 2 learners sharing an English textbook. We have 3 of them sharing a mathematics textbook. That is what we found as an average. In grade 6, 2 learners sharing an English textbook, 3 learners sharing a maths textbook. And we saw that private schools were closer to achieving the 1-to-1 ratio of child to book compared to the public schools. The private schools had a lower ratio. We looked at the learners per ECDE teacher across the country, looking at private schools and national and public schools. And in private schools, you see that on average, they have 22 learners per ECD teacher. In public schools, we have an average 35 learners per ECD teacher. Again, this is a conversation we need to have with the county governments because guidelines have been provided on what numbers are required per ECD teacher. I taught in the university and my work was very easy. I used to teach 1,000 students in a hall and all I needed was a public address system. Because these were people who knew what they were doing in class and they would sit there, it was up to them to keep quiet and listen. If they don't keep quiet, it's their problem. But I can imagine when you have 35 small kids, this one telling you this other one has speech to me, this other one is sleeping, this other one has done this. It can be tough for the teacher. So we need to engage with the county governments about making sure they meet the ratio that policy has guided them to meet on ECD learners per teacher. We can go to the next slide, 29, and look at the private schools generally. They have fewer numbers per teacher compared to the public schools. And this is something we have to appreciate that the government has worked hard to employ more teachers, and we see that reflected. But we are not where we want to be yet. We are still on the way. So we need to keep encouraging that is done. But there is another challenge that we need to throw out here and throw it out to TSC. And we have had conversations, we know some of the challenges that TSC is facing. But we will show the distribution of teachers across the country. And you see that there are counties that are very well off, where almost every teacher there is permanent and pensionable. And then we have counties that have had to employ majority of their teachers on BOM. And yet employing teachers on board of management brings a lot of challenges. The teacher is there today, a few months later, TSC advertises to hire, they run away, they go to apply. You have to look for new ones. So the delivery of curriculum is always interrupted. But also, we may not show here, but we have figures. Most of those BOM teachers are actually paid very poorly and paid intermittently. So their commitment to work is difficult for the head to manage. When you have someone you haven't paid, how do you even tell them that they have failed to go to class? They will tell you they were looking for rent from somewhere else. So that is a challenge. We have seen that a lot of children with disabilities are not in school. So what are the challenges that the schools are facing in terms of delivering this? One of those challenges the school heads told us is inadequate funding by government. I think the capitation required is much more than what we are currently offering. There is also a challenge of lack of specialized personnel to support these learners. Yes, we have been training teachers in being able to handle children with special needs, but some level of special need requires further support beyond the teacher. And schools don't have personnel who can support these learners beyond the teachers. And that is one of the challenges that we face. So we will move to the Word document. That is where my... that is how far I was able to try and reconstruct the remedy for my own incompetence in IT, I think.
When we talk about the digital natives and digital immigrants, I am one of those digital immigrants, born before technology, and now trying to migrate into a space that is complicated. And so sometimes we make bad mistakes. We will start to look at the staffing of schools. So please go to page 28 of the report, and it will show you the staffing. Project the page 28. Project page 28. Project page 28, tafadhali. Are you hearing me? Yeah, project that page. Roll it up so you can see the full page. 28. So what you see in this page, as they struggle also to fix it, I thought they were better IT people than myself. What you see in this page is that in most of our primary schools, the teachers are female. So 57.7% of primary school teachers are female. But only 33% of them are of the heads are female. So 66.7% of the school heads are male. You will also see that among the boards of management chairs, 86% are actually men. I know TS will have something to say and the ministry will have something to say. You need to confirm that you are guilty as accused. That you have made men the head teachers, even when the women are the teachers, and you have not appointed enough, for the ministry, you have not appointed enough BOM chairs from the female gender. But I'm sure you have your reasons. Let's go to the next page and look at the distribution of the qualifications of the school heads. And it's very interesting because this is a consistent picture coming from what we saw in 2023. There is continuous growth in the level of academic qualifications of school heads. And now, on average, we only have 6% of our school heads being P1 in our comprehensive schools. And we have 1.7% of them holding PhD. This percentage was 0.7, I think, in 2023. It is 1.7 now. I think the teacher employer and the ministry and the teachers associations and unions, you must be having a conversation around these figures and what they mean going forward. Please move to page 31. Among the head teachers that we interviewed, 27% of them have been head teachers for more than 11 years, 11 and more. But we also asked how long someone had served as a head teacher in their current school. And we saw that 50% of the teachers, 2 in 1, had served between 1 and 3 years in their current school. But we had 4.6% who had served more than 11 years in their current school. They've been in that one school for 11 years or more.
And we also had a small percentage of teachers, about 10% of them who had served less than a year as head teachers. So they were very recently promoted to head schools. I mentioned about the boards of management teachers. Go to page 33 and how they are paid. And we saw that 1 in 2 of the board of management teachers earns less than 10,000 shillings a month. Go to page 33. So 50% of the BOM teachers earn less than 10,000. 47% of them earn between 10,000 and 20,000. And a small percentage of 2% earn more than 30,000. These figures are important when we are demanding results from schools, where we have not sent teachers, and those schools are having to grapple with hiring teachers on the BOM terms. And then these schools are generally, the schools that have the highest number of BOM teachers are in the ASAL counties. Yeah? So you are asking parents who are struggling with many other things to pay for additional teachers of their own, and you are expecting results from those teachers whom these parents, because of their own struggles, are also struggling to pay. So we asked the heads where they're getting money to pay the BOM teachers, and that is page 30. This is page 35. Please project page 35. And on average, 60% of the money that is paid to the BOM teachers is from parents. School heads are being forced to use capitation to pay BOM teachers. We know that capitation money has no vote for paying a BOM teacher. But the school heads are being forced to do that because you have teachers, you don't have teachers enough from the government, you have learners, so you have talked to people to help you teach, and you have no money to pay because parents haven't paid. And I want to appeal to Mheshimiwa Haro is in the room. Yeah. Please, politicians, stop telling parents that government has paid and parents should not participate in supporting schools because parents are required to pay for BOM teachers. Ask your friends. I know you have not said that. I know you. But ask your friends. Because they tell parents do not pay anything to school. And from what we see here, 60% of the money that goes to pay BOM teachers comes from parents. And some little amount from well-wishers, and some of it, I can say, being diverted from capitation to pay BOM teachers. Because heads have no choice. They must pay teachers. I want to speak a bit about school health, some of the issues in the school health, and then we can look at the results that we found. And so let's go to page 38 and look at a bit of WASH. And we saw that in most schools, Kenyans had become very accustomed to hand washing and had put in place measures. But when COVID was declared to have subsided, they relaxed. So in most schools, now you have 173 learners using one hand washing point. This doesn't look very serious, but it is a very serious problem. It's a very serious problem when we relate it to the toilet. And let's move to the toilet. Because we'll see also that we have more learners using one toilet than actually recommended by the Ministry of Health and the Department of School Health. And while that looks like not a major problem, it is a major problem if you recall that our break times are 15 minutes. And if you have this many children queuing to want to use one toilet during the 15 minutes, it means some of them will either not end up using the toilet or they will go back to class late, which has implications for learning. So we can look at page 39 and it will tell us how many learners are using one toilet, boys and girls. So on average, we have 47 girls using one toilet, and we have 61 boys using one toilet. Now, if you are 61 and you need to use a minute each during the break, that is an hour of break time, which you don't have. You have 15 minutes. So this is a challenge, and I'm happy that Safaricom Foundation is in the room. Now you are not my chairman, you are Safaricom Foundation. This is one area that requires massive intervention in terms of making sanitary facilities available for learners because of the consequences on learning when children can't access these facilities. We checked the issue of schools having operational computer labs. We can look at page 41. There's a whole host of things there, but we just want to speak about computers. Why? Because now ICT is a compulsory component of CBE. And there is a huge gap between what schools have now and what we need for every child to be able to benefit from that field of study. And we will see that we have an average of just 23% of the schools that have operational computer labs. I will skip a bit of the things on classroom observation and look at our outcomes now. And I want to focus on grade 4. We have results for grade 3, we have grade 4, we have grade 6. We have deliberately packed the results for grade 7 to move to the junior school report. We are working on a junior school report that will be comprehensive, looking at all the issues in junior school, looking at the progress that has been made and the gaps that still exist. We hope to invite you again to congregate and discuss that. But so we have pushed the learning outcomes that we observed in grade 7. You will be surprised that we still have kids in grade 7 and grade 6 who cannot actually read and comprehend a grade 3 story. That is not, it's not surprising to us because we've been seeing it, but I think to someone else it is surprising that we have that state. So let's go to, we will skip the grade 3 and look at grade. You'll look at grade 3 in the report when we share. We have the advantage that we have an audience here that is pre-selected, so we know for sure you can all read. So we will give you a report and you read. We are not as unfortunate as our other leaders who have to go out there and speak to audiences that are mixed. Our audience here is curated. We are very sure everyone can read. So let's go to page 52 and look at the grade 6 learners who can, grade 4 learners who can actually read and comprehend a grade 3 story. And this is where we see positive news, because we've been doing these assessments for a long time, and we were stuck at about 4 children out of 10 being able to read a grade 3 story and comprehend. These results show massive improvement in literacy, because now 1 in 2 grade 4 learners can read and comprehend a grade 3 story. For literacy, this is massive improvement. coming from 2023 where we had only 4 out of 10, now we have 5 out of 10. And for once, it's good to celebrate good news, and that is good news. There is improvement there. The picture is still the same, that we see better performance among girls than boys. For grade 4 literacy, girls are performing better than boys nationwide, except in the refugee communities. In the refugee communities, boys are performing better than girls. And in a few ASAL counties, boys are performing better than girls. But generally, the picture in the country is that girls perform better than boys in literacy at the foundational level. That is what we have seen. I want us to move to page 54 and look at numeracy. Numeracy is where we have the negative story. And this is a challenge to us because we are trying to position the country towards STEM education. And we still have a challenge with numeracy at the foundational level. So for numeracy, unlike literacy where we had 51 out of 100 achieving, in literacy we have 34 out of 100. Actually 34 out of 100 achieving. That is a wake-up call, but we can already see some of the things that will contribute. When we looked at the learners to book ratio, we saw that the number of learners sharing a mathematics textbook was higher than the number sharing an English textbook. We can start to see some of the things that may be responsible. So we need to now respond to this numeracy problem and ask ourselves, if we are going to properly position the country towards STEM education, what we need to do at this foundational level, because there is still a problem there. I want us to look at and still in numeracy, girls are doing better than boys. I need to highlight that. Then I want us to look at grade 6, because this is one of the things that we should not be seeing, but we are seeing anyway. So let's look at grade 6, page 55. And now we are looking at those who cannot. In the others, we've looked at those who can do. We are looking at those who cannot because it's not expected at this level. And you see that for our schools, if you compare urban and rural, we have a higher percentage of grade 6 learners who cannot read and comprehend a grade 3 story in the rural areas than in the urban areas. They are leaving primary, they are in grade 6. Remember, these assessments were done in second term. We did this June, July. So you are in grade 6 in June, and you cannot read and comprehend a grade 3 story. It is a big problem. And we have 36% of them in rural areas and 34% in urban areas who could not. Actually 28% in urban areas and a national average of 34%. But that average is pulled down by public schools. Private schools is only 19% of them who cannot read when they're in grade 6. And public schools is actually almost 40, 39.8 of children. And when you look at the refugee communities, almost 1 in 2 grade 6 learners could not read and comprehend an English story. So 47.5%. They are exiting primary and they are not able to read and comprehend. And I think this is a big challenge that we need to wake up to, because there are consequences for this kind of thing. Consequently, that it starts to make parents in the village think education has no value. Yeah? If you took your child to school, they have finished primary, they can't read. Another neighbor was drinking their money, they didn't take their child to school, and their child can't read. The picture is that the guy who has drunk his money is actually smarter. Yeah? He did something better with his money than you who took yours to school, and now they are the same. So we need to reflect on this and see how we deal with this problem. When we look at numeracy, the picture is worse. We have more children who are finishing primary when they cannot solve a grade 3 math. Among the refugee communities, it's actually 56% of them. Among the children attending public schools is 4 in 10. Among the children attending private primary schools is 3 in 10 of grade 6 who could not solve that math. So there is a summary here that I want to provide, which we did regression, and my friend and senior Sarah doesn't like hearing me talk of regression. But we summarized the findings here, which shows that actually being a girl is associated with a better chance of achieving foundational literacy and numeracy compared to a boy, because that is what the data has shown us. Being a child with disability is associated with a higher likelihood that you will be not achieving numeracy levels that are expected. And as I mentioned earlier, this is not a challenge of disability, this is a challenge of shortage of resources to remedy the gap that needs to be filled. We looked at the issue of schools, and we see that if you are in a private school, you have 26% chance higher of achieving foundational numeracy compared to the person in the public school. But if you are in a refugee school, you have 103% lower chance of achieving compared to the one in a public school. 103% lower chance that you will achieve compared to the person in a public school. That is the gap that needs to be filled as we engage in integration, to make sure that these children are brought by resources and other requirements to the level where they are comparable to those in public schools. We saw house wealth as one other factor that is important, and we saw the home support. Now we asked the question, who actually helps you with the homework among the children? We asked whether it is the mother, whether it is both, whether it is another relative in the house, and we ran a regression to see which of these factors was significant. And we realized that parental support gives a child 16 to 18% higher chance of achieving compared to those who do not receive that support. I already mentioned the level of education of a household head. With increment in the level of education of the household head, we see improvement in the learning outcomes of the children as well. And then for English, we looked at the language that is spoken at home, whether it is that English, it is Kiswahili, it is mother tongue. And this is a challenge we need to confront, because we have faced this question of, will we teach our children literacy in the languages of the catchment area, and how do we make that work? I think that gap that we haven't filled on answering that question is reflecting here, so that the children who are coming from households that don't speak English at home are having big challenges with English literacy, because they haven't been taught in school in their mother tongue, and the structure of transition to English properly executed, they are having challenges with English literacy. We looked at resources in terms of having a library in school, a library that is connected to online resources, and having a library in school gave learners 16% higher chance of achieving literacy and numeracy compared to those in a school without. I have said too many things and taken too much time. This is where I stop. Thank you.
Fantastic. Do we know how to clap the factorial way? Emmanuel has done an amazing job in terms of unearthing the wins and the challenges that are still there in our education sector. Thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel. So we can do 4, 3. We are talking about numeracy, right? Numeracy and literacy. We can do 4, 3, 2, 1. A lot of work has gone into this. Let's practice. 1, 2, 3, go. If I was a teacher, I would have given you exceeding expectations. Yeah, so great. So let's go into the next section of the program. Thank you, Emmanuel. The data has showcased different issues in the education space, location-specific, urban, rural, gender issues, female, male. There's an issue of school type, private or public primary schools. The issues to do with teachers, what happens at home, what the issues with infrastructure as well. I believe as we are stakeholders in this room, you know what data to look at and what interventions we should come up with looking at the data. We'll have a longer period of engaging with the findings and also asking questions and chart the way forward. So we apologize for the time. We were to have our tea break now, but give us a few minutes to be able to officially launch the report, then have our tea and come back and engage further with the findings. Before that, I'd like to invite the Assistant County Commissioner, Madam Jane Mwangi, so that she comes and invites Mr. Simon Osumba, the County Commissioner, Nairobi County, who will later invite Madam Martha Odundo, who is the head of the Directorate of ECD, who is representing the CS education this morning, who will give her remarks and thereafter launch the report. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Allow me to ride on the protocols already established. My name is Jane Mwangi. I'm the Area Assistant County Commissioner, that is Ngara Division Assistant County Commissioner. So I am also here to represent the Deputy County Commissioner who was not able to attend the meeting due to other official engagements. So, sir, welcome to Starehe Sub-County. At this point, sir, I have my team with me here, the Ngara Ngao team. Chiefs, kindly be upstanding. So, from the farthest right, we have the area, the Ngara location chief, Mohammed Jawahir. Then we have the Ngara West assistant chief, Christine. Then we have the Ngara East, assistant chief, who is Christine. Then we have the area assistant chief, who is hosting the KICD, Mr. David. Yeah, you can have your seat. So thank you, sir. At this point, I would like to invite my county commissioner, Mr. Simon Osumba, to give us his remarks. Welcome, sir.
the representative of the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba, Madam Martha Odundo, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning once again. Just as mentioned by the ACC, I am Simon Osumba, the County Commissioner for Nairobi North Sub-Region. And allow me just to pick up from there. Last year in the month of November, the CS for Interior gazetted the creation of 3 sub-regions within Nairobi County. So Nairobi County still remains as a county, but in terms of delivery of services, there are 3 sub-regions. Where North, where I represent as the County Commissioner. Then we have West. West is the other side of Uhuru Highway. That includes Westlands sub-county or other constituency, Kibra, Langata, and the 2 Dagoretis. Then North, where I represent, where we are Starehe. Then immediately after Starehe, we have Kamukunji. Then after Kamukunji, we have Mathare. Then after Mathare, we have Ruaraka. And on the other side of Thika Superhighway, we have Roysambu. And then to the extreme, as you go towards Thika, we have Kasarani. And finally, Nairobi East is the whole of the Embakasi. The whole Embakasi constituency plus Makadara. So I believe each one of you now should know your sub-regions. Ama nirudie kwa Kiswahili. Thank you so much. So that is, I thought of wise of explaining that because I know we've been. Let me just go straight to the remarks for today. Ladies and gentlemen, and I want to start by quoting a Greek philosopher, Aristotle, once captured a timeless truth when he said, "Give me a child until he's 7, and I will show you the man." In this powerful insight lies a clear message. The early years of a child's life are decisive in shaping character, values, and lifelong learning. As we gather today to launch the 2025 Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment Report, which provides invaluable insight into the status of foundational learning among children in our communities, including refugee children, this enduring quote rings true. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of focusing on the formative stages of learning cannot be overstated. These early years set the foundation for future academic success and overall development. It is therefore imperative that we prioritize quality education from the very beginning, ensuring that every child has access to the necessary resources, support systems, and a conducive learning environment as envisaged in the curriculum-based education. In this critical endeavor, the national government administrative officers play a central coordinating role at the grassroots. Through our mandate, we bring together key stakeholders, including the Ministry of Education, other government agencies, non-state actors, and non-governmental organizations to ensure effective collaboration in support of foundational learning. By maintaining law and order, addressing social risks that affect our children, and fostering community engagement, GAOs help create safe, stable, and enabling environments. Where young learners can thrive. This coordination is essential in promoting school attendance, child protection, and early childhood development. Our communities, including those hosting refugee populations, face unique and complex challenges in providing equitable educational opportunities. As a young officer, I was privileged to have worked in Turkana and that was Kakuma Division. That one between 2003 up to 2007. And I interacted more with the refugees themselves, the UNHCR and the other implementing agencies. And I'm sure I have a lot to share when we'll be having the interactive session. Nairobi, despite being the capital city, has its own share of socioeconomic challenges that disproportionately affect young learners, particularly those living in informal settlements. Issues such as poverty, insecurity, overcrowding, and limited access to learning resources continue to hinder optimal learning outcomes. The FLANA report, I believe, will provide evidence-based insights that will help us better understand these realities and guide targeted interventions towards a more inclusive and equitable education system. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, allow me to sincerely thank Usawa Agenda for their commendable work in advancing equity and quality in the education sector. Their unwavering commitment to ensuring that no learner is left behind has significantly contributed to improved foundational learning outcomes, informed policy dialogue, and strengthened community engagement. I also wish to extend our appreciation to the Directorate of Quality Assurance and Standards in the Ministry of Education for partnering with Usawa Agenda in the development of this important report, as well as the International Rescue Committee for their invaluable support in enabling assessment teams to reach all refugee camps across the country. Further appreciation goes to all development partners in the education sector, whose continued support remains critical in strengthening foundational learning in Kenya. And I want to point out Safaricom, M-Pesa Foundations. Just before I was posted to Nairobi last year in November, I was working in Nyamira, and I can attest that what they are doing is really felt. By the time I was living there was a secondary school, Riomego SDA, where the governor, Nyamira County, is the patron. They had put up 2 beautiful dormitories. It is a mixed school. But not only that, I was able to tour almost the entire county, and I can point out that there were so many projects courtesy of Safaricom M-Pesa Foundation. And as I conclude, I also want to give an assurance that as Ngao, we'll continue supporting the agenda of Usawa, the agenda of Usawa agenda. Is that correct, Emmanuel? And that is the reason why, see, the team is earlier, so that we become part of the report, so that even as we go back, we can be able to start implementing some of the recommendations which have just been, which will be unveiled in the report. And also give an assurance to the Ministry of Education that we are able to the task. There is no way that we should just ask ourselves, assuming that most of our learners, especially those whom we are ensuring that they transit to secondary, the young learners, how would they feel that if their older siblings would still be at home? It wouldn't look good. And that's why we must really support His Excellency the President when he did pronounce himself on the same, that all those learners, they should be admitted in the senior schools. We are doing that in Nairobi. I know we have a huge task, like in Nairobi North. I know there are 2 sub-counties which are not doing so well. That is the larger Kasarani and Mathare. But for Starehe are almost at over 70%, almost going to 80%, and even Kamkunji. But for the others, I believe we'll continue working with the Ministry of Education to ensure that all those learners transit to senior school. Allow me now to request that we be upstanding as we invite Madam Martha. And I'll request, Madam, you can, do you want to bring the factorials? So just, it's fine.
for Madam Martha.
Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you, Commissioner, for welcoming me into your sub-region. And before I start, I want to recognize that foundational learning at the ministry has a father and a mother. Is a very important topic for us, even before acknowledging the members who are here. And so before I even move, I would like to introduce the father at the ministry, and I'm the mother at the ministry, but also the teachers, they are also taken care of. So even before the father comes, then I want to call the father and mother of the teachers, that is Dr. Dhamburi, at least to greet you all and say something, maybe in a minute. I hope, Dr. Emmanuel, you'll not mind. Okay, then I don't know whether Mr. Barongo, who is the director in charge of primary, is also in the program. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it would have been bad for me to speak when the father is also here, and I'm the mother. I'm director in charge of ECD. My name is Martha Odundo, and I'm the mother of foundational learning when it comes to ECD, county government issues, and foundational learning, how we link with the county governments and all that. So I want to recognize the members here, starting with the county commissioner, Mr. Simon Osumba, the representatives of the national government, administrative office represented. I also want to recognize the chairs of Usawa Agenda, led by Dr. Henry Kilonzo, and Dr. Martin Ogola, who is my supervisor, and I'm never graduating. I hope. I'm a Trent student. Yeah, I know he has forgotten even about me, but I also want to recognize the presence of the chairman, Kepsha, that is still very, very fresh in people's mind, Mr. Fuad Ali, and also his member here. I want to recognize the presence of the unions, both in primary and ECD. I can see Mr. Hesbono Tieno, and I'm also being told in ECD they are representatives. I wish to recognize some other important persons important to us in foundational learning. I cannot always keep quiet when Dr. Sarah Ruto is represented, our former assistant minister in layman's language. I want to recognize the presence of Dr. Ogle, the presence of Dr. Dhamburi, of course, and also the presence of the father of foundational learning at the ministry, Mr. Stephen Barongo, the CEO Usawa Agenda. You know, the first time I knew him, I was seeing him on TV, really punching and talking about these things. And I kept on asking, who is this person? Until one day I met him somewhere, and I told him that I've been meeting him. So, and also the development partners. We have UNICEF represented by Agnes. We have organizations that we really work with in foundational learning. The EDT team, I can see here represented by Mr. Andiwo, and so many other organizations that we partner in. If I didn't recognize you, please just forgive me, but just know that you are all dear and close to our hearts in foundational learning. Now, I really like the discussion because I'm also carrying with myself a lot from the Ministry of Education in regard to foundational learning. And this is just an aspect. And I want to assure you that what you have done today is historic and is going to go a long way in informing policy. So before even I continue and read the message from the ministry, from my leadership that has sent me here today, I want to say that Mr. Barongo and I are leading foundational learning, and we are on the right track. And a lot is going on. So in regard to that, I have some very important information for some of the key stakeholders here and some of the drivers here. And because we can't attend, all of us attend that meeting at lunchtime, I will call upon Dr. Sarah Ruto, Semester CEO, if she's around, the Prevail Fund, Usawa Agenda, Keksha, Kunopet, NAT, and in particular, besides Usawa Agenda, I want to call Dr. Henry Kilonzo and also Dr. Martin and IRC. There's something very important that I would wish us to meet during lunch hour and just discuss on foundational learning space, and it will be interesting to know. So going back to the speech from our leadership in the ministry, I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm honored to join you today at this important forum marking the public launch of the 2025 Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment, that is FLANA report. I bring you warm greetings from the Principal Secretary and also, of course, the Cabinet Secretary from the Ministry of Education, who regrets their inability to attend due to urgent competing duties, and has delegated me to represent them here. Of course, you know, and you have talked even about the grade 10. They are trying to stabilize the country in terms of this transition. It's a big milestone for us. So they would have really wished to be here. But because they also know that we can represent them well, then we have been sent here together with Director Barongo to listen and also take action. I am a director in charge of ECD at the Ministry of Education, Jogo House, as I earlier said. And I mostly deal with foundational learning and ECD issues, and also in partnership or together in collaboration with county governments. So if you are here and you have any issue that has been disturbing you about county governments in education issues, then you are free to interact with me after this or when we get an opportunity during the breaks. Allow me to commend Usawa Agenda in collaboration with KICD and the Ministry of Education for undertaking comprehensive assessment across all 47 counties, covering 41,156 households, 1,527 primary schools, and assessing 49,835 children. This scale of assessment provides strong and credible evidence to guide policy and practice. Why do we say this? We say this because some of the reports at times we never want to use them, even when we are doing some important policy briefs or guidelines or just policy documents, because they are not informative enough. When we follow how the researchers were done, then we find that they were not representative enough. And right now, you know, I want to use the right research terms because my supervisor is here. Yeah, so at times some of those things that other organizations do are never representative. So they can never inform policy. But I commend, and we commend Usawa Agenda at the ministry for doing it the professional way, so that when they say this is what is on the ground, then for sure it is, because the numbers that were used can be used to generalize, isn't it? Yes. So distinguished guests, foundational literacy and numeracy are acquired or missed in the early years of learning, beginning at pre-primary. So I'm looking for a day when also organizations will be giving us such reports from pre-primary and continuing through the lower primary grades. So according to our Kenyan policy, and we are in KICD, who have given us this framework. Our framework in Kenya is for foundational learning is that, our policy direction is that foundational learning runs from PP1 to grade 3. But it has no danger going even beyond. And that brings us to a concept called learning poverty. When a learner reaches 10 years, ideally 10 years is at grade 4, ideally. If a learner started on time and at the right age and started at 4 years, then at 10 years they'll be at grade 4. So Usawa is very right to assess these learners at grade 4 and find out about the learning poverty. So the learning poverty is the absence of these skills that we talk about, the literacy, the numeracy, and the socio-emotional skills. It would be interesting at some point, maybe if Usawa Agenda also talked to us about, maybe if they didn't, maybe later on they can include that in their studies about socio-emotional learning and all those skills that back up the foundational learning. So if a learner misses this by 10 years, then we say that these learners are learning poor. And you have seen the number of learners who are learning poor. We have already been given the highlights. We still have so many of them. So what are we going to do? So when children fail to acquire these skills early, the learning gap widens with each subsequent grade. So I know that like in the 844 we are facing out, then maybe school heads would tell their teachers, their respective class teachers, that your class is failing so much, yeah, because they are not getting this mean grade and all that. But the reality is that maybe this class started failing a long time ago when they didn't get these building blocks at the foundational level, way before, and perhaps even from pre-primary. And that brings us to the fact that we were even shown here that Northeastern is really lagging out in the out of school. You saw those numbers of the out of school within the Northeastern. You see, when the learners do not get into school in good time, then that contributes so much to learning poverty because they'll not start at the right age, isn't it? And some of them may not even learn at the pace when it is needed. So when these learners fail, then it means that in the subsequent grades, they'll not perform well. And research is now telling us, and you'll agree with me, our agenda knows this, that research is now telling us that not only even performance at school, throughout their life, even the careers that they end up getting into later on, is determined by the building blocks or the foundation that we have built for these learners right from pre-primary. I'm emphasizing that because we only get scared when they are in the lower primary, middle primary, and now they are moving on. So I'm emphasizing lower primary, pre-primary as well. So early identification. For this reason, the ministry places strong emphasis on early identification, early intervention, and quality teaching in pre-primary and grades 1 to 3, in line with the competency-based education. And I'm going to tell you what we are doing right now that is really will show you that we are not just talking, but we are walking the talk. The FLANA edition is particularly significant because it moves beyond learner outcomes to examine what happens in classrooms. The partnership between Usawa Agenda and the Directorate of Quality Assurance and Standards to conduct classroom observations in over 1,400 primary schools provides valuable insight into instructional practices, teacher support, and learning environments, areas that are critical for improving early grade learning outcomes. Equally important is the inclusion of all refugee camps or learners, which was made possible through collaboration with the International Rescue Committee. This ensures that the learning needs of refugee children and those in host communities are visible with the national data and informs more inclusive and equitable policy responses. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Education is firmly committed in evidence-based decision-making as a cornerstone of education reform. As we strengthen pre-primary service delivery, implement competency-based education, and support teacher professional development, data such as the provided by FLANA will guide teacher support to counties and schools, teacher capacity building and instructional improvement, resource allocation to areas of greatest need, and monitoring of learning outcomes in the foundational years. And by the way, it is the truth. I could see Dr. Damburi really taking note when they were talking about a lack of teachers in some areas and all that. So I could see him even taking notes and, so it is going to move resources. Already is moving resources because it's here. However, evidence alone will not change outcomes unless it is acted upon. Yes? The findings of this report call for collective responsibility and coordinated action by national and county governments, development partners, civil society, the private sector, teachers, parents, and communities. And that is what I'm starting right now. This lunch meeting I'm calling for, yes, is the beginning. So we don't want to shelve your report. We want to see what can we do with your report. I don't want to preempt, because if I preempt, some of you will go away. You will refuse to attend my meeting. I'm encouraged by the broad range of stakeholders present today, both physically and online, and by the opportunity to engage with the teams that generate this data at the grassroots level across the country. Their work is essential in strengthening accountability and improving learning for every child. Ladies and gentlemen, on our side as the Ministry of Education, I wish to highlight progress made in advancing foundational learning. Currently, we are finalizing, and I'm passionate about this because I'm the one spearheading the development of foundational learning guideline. So, Director Barongo and I will be the first people to implement the recommendation of reforms from the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform. This was a key recommendation, and we are now finalizing foundational learning guideline. What a timely report from Usawa Agenda that even though we are at the tail end, there are certain key findings that can inform these guidelines. So we are really excited, and Dr. Emmanuel, we request you that if possible, if you want some of these findings and recommendations to inform policy, then this is the right time, and you should quickly release the hard copy and everything in those reports so that we can look at it and use whatever we are able to use from your report. We are also reviewing Kenya School Readiness Assessment Tool right now. And we are also about to release the ECD survey report, which was carried out by the Ministry of Education in collaboration with the World Bank. We are also jump-starting the CHEMIS for pre-primary learners, the ECDE, and we have already plugged a module for that in our NEMIS. And already we went for the first piloting through the support of UNICEF. We are doing a lot of other things. We have now come up with a common training manual for pre-primary teachers for the first time. You know, pre-primary teachers have no organized way of being retooled or capacity built, especially for the competency-based education. And I want to recognize the work that we have done with our partners, and in particular, EDT, through the support of FCDO. They have been able to help us do this, and a training manual is coming for retooling these teachers. So, ladies and gentlemen, and the very biggest, which is a bomb. So all these big things that we are talking about, the foundational learning guidelines, the ECD survey report, they are all going to be launched in a conference, foundational learning conference for Kenya in Mombasa, and that is going to take place from 23rd to 26th March this year. Are we not moving? I expected claps and shouts. It's our agenda, surely. So you want to miss this? We want to launch all this. We want you all to come and give us all these nice findings so that we can have a dialogue. We shall be calling the parliamentarians, the education committees in the parliament, in the county government, and all the education stakeholders from the county governments and also national government, our own foundational learning conference. We are tired of attending other people's conferences, so we want our own. And please prepare, book the date, don't have excuses. Dr. Sarah, don't have excuses. We will give you a very big slot so that you can tell us all these things that have been happening. I therefore wish to take this early opportunity to welcome all of you represented here to join us in organizing this conference and also take part in the planned key events during those dates. In conclusion, on behalf of the Principal Secretary and the Cabinet Secretary, I reaffirm the Ministry's commitment to ensuring that every child acquires strong foundational literacy and numeracy and even social-emotional skills, starting from pre-primary all the way to grade 3 and even beyond. I commend Usawa Agenda, KICD, Directorate of Quality Assurance, all key stakeholders that partnered in this process to come up with this report. And urge all stakeholders to use the evidence to drive meaningful and sustained improvements in early learning outcomes. It is our great pleasure to be part of this launch, and I wish you fruitful deliberations even throughout the day. Thank you very much. I don't know how you wanted me to launch it.
Great. Fantastic. Let's continue clapping for Madam Martha. Thank you for the remarks on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary. Pass our regards to Honorable Migos Ogamba. We are grateful for that, and this continues to showcase the commitment that the Ministry of Education has in evidence-based approaches in interventions and policy formulation and implementation. Once again, apologies for the tea time, and we are going towards lunch now, but allow us to launch the report officially so that now we can say the findings are available for the citizens of this country and the government to be able to utilize them. So it's an honorable opportunity to be able to launch the report, and I'd like to call the following people to come in front. We have Honorable Haro, you're welcome to come on stage, representing the parliamentarians, the critical stakeholders in this space. Would like to welcome Mr. Fuad Ali, representing Kesha. Karibu Sana Kenya Comprehensive School Heads Association, Karibu Sana. Would like to welcome Dr. Sarah Ruto, representing the development partners and our great funder in this process. Would like to welcome Mr. Stephen Barongo, who is the Head of Directorate Primary Education, Karibu Sana. Would like to welcome Mr. Mukhtar Ogli, representing the Kenya National Examination Council. Would also like to welcome Mr. Silas Obuhatsa, representing a critical stakeholder in education, that is the National Parents Association. Of course, we'd like to welcome Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa to come on stage, representing Usawa Agenda. And we would also like to welcome Mr. Osumba, representing the government as well. We'll also like to welcome IRC to join us in the launch of the report. And our board director, Chairman Dr. Kilonzo, you're welcome to join us. And representing our partners, we'd like to welcome Sospita Gitonga, our partner from Embu, and also our trainers, Dr. Moringa, you're welcome to join. All right. All right, and Teachers Service Commission, Dr. Ntamburi, you're welcome to join. All right, Dr. Ntamburi, you are welcome. The people presenting the report, it's your time to shine and bring the report forward for official launch. Usawa Agenda Team. Usawa Agenda Team. All right, let's have Hezbon. It's our time to launch the report for evidence-based approaches in implementation, policy making. Okay. Let's all move this direction so that now we can be captured by the camera and the people following us online. This is the commitment by all stakeholders to evidence-based approaches in policy making formulation, in tailoring interventions, to ensure that our children have equitable and quality education in this country. Yes. We continue having all the stakeholders in the room. Okay. Would also love to have the director KICD in the room. If you're around, you can join us, a critical stakeholder. The director KICD. You're welcome to join the team before we officially launch. Such a great milestone that shows collaboration of all our members and our partners in the entire 47 counties. Director KICD, join us. Yeah. All right. Would like to officially launch the Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment 2025. That is how the report looks like. And we continue asking the question, are all our children learning? The question is not are all our children learning? The question is, are all our children learning? So this is to officially launch the FLANA Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment 2025. Let's go ahead and launch the report. Congratulations to Usawa Agenda, the partners, the Ministry of Education. Let's continue singing. Celebration of the Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment report. Are we not excited to stretch a bit and stand and celebrate this milestone? Stand and stretch a bit and celebrate this milestone as the SAWA agenda is launching the Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment 2025.
Let's all celebrate and have a good time.
All this is for the Kenyan child. Thank you very much.
We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure?
We celebrate this launch of the report. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a celebration.
All right.
It's a celebration.
All right. So the next, as you continue celebrating, we will have a short tea break. I don't know if it's lunch or tea break at this point. Fine. Sorry, our tea break today will be at 12. So we will break for tea for 20 minutes. The tea will be served outside the main entrance. It will be served there. Let's enjoy our tea for 20 minutes, then come back for conversations, for further engagements on the findings. Thank you very much for your patience and thank you for understanding. Enjoy your tea and let's keep time. Thank you very much.
How have we structured our education system?
Is to make sure that our children are educated.
The USAWA agenda wanajaribu involve the communities in the process.
The children are needy and they need support, even from many organizations. Different kind of support, uniform, books, bags, many things.
We are USAWA Agenda, a not-for-profit organisation duly registered in Kenya. Our name, USAWA, is Swahili for Equality Equity. It underscores our commitment to the course of education justice and underpins our strong conviction that the school system can be responsive to the unique needs of every child. Our vision is to see a world where every child benefits from quality education.
That child of a poor man and the child of the richest man will send their applications and they will sit the same interviews. And in most cases, the child of the poor man might get the opportunity to, fill that position.
This vision was born out of 14 years of conducting foundational learning assessments, which revealed stubbornly low and inequitably distributed learning outcomes. Learners from different backgrounds go through the current system of education only to emerge with same or even worse outcomes. Dreams unattained or shattered, a complete waste of time and resources. Deeper analysis has drawn the conclusion that the undesirable learning outcomes are a derivative of unjust education systems that augment rather than eliminate the disadvantages that children bring into school and hence the current state of education.
You find some of the kids, they remain at home because their parents, they are not able even to buy uniform, even to buy even clothing for their kids to go to school.
At Imaginable Futures, one thing that we firmly believe in is that the importance of education and its ability to actually disrupt cycles of inequity and poverty.
This state, therefore, informs our mission, which is to promote systems change for education justice through research, innovation, and stakeholder engagement.
The mission you have taken of fighting for a just society through the power of education is not a simple one, but it is one that is possible.
I want us to interrogate the policies that we have on education and ask ourselves, are we keeping children in school so they can grow and attain certain age, or are we keeping them in school to learn?
We believe that with requisite systems changes, the school can neutralise the diverse challenges that children bring into school and enable every child to access and benefit from quality education.
I think there is definitely infrastructural challenges. They have mentioned about even children who are learning in open spaces.
Our education system should be that, in spite of the background the learner comes from, a just education system should help them achieve their dreams.
The teacher-student ratio can be there, the teacher-classroom, whatever ratios can be there. But if performance is not there, then I think the whole course is defeated.
It is for this reason that as Usawa Agenda, we have invested in building partnerships across the education sector within and beyond Kenya to harness the diverse viewpoints of those impacted by and those who impact policy, practice, investment and community decisions that affect access to quality education.
The assessment yenye inafanywa sisi kama partners with the Usawa Agenda, tukiweza kufanya hizo assessment within the county, tutaweza kujua ni nini tunaweza fanya kusolve hizo issues within the county.
Following 2 assessments in 2021 and 2023, where we asked the question, are our children learning, we found that despite the resources invested, learning outcomes remained low and seems to work for only a few.
I can assure you the statistics, the figures, the findings you've just presented here, I will share it with my colleagues in the education department, in the education committee, and we'll use these figures as we do our oversight work of the ministry.
Brought on board all its 49 partners across the 47 counties for this onerous task. Following a get-together at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development with all the partners, the work began with training coordinated by county coordinators. Usawa Agenda secured the necessary research permits from the NACOSTI and maps from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
KNBS recognized Usawa as a non-state actor whose data has been incorporated into official reporting. So we have never exhausted all the statistics demand, and therefore we call upon other CSOs to come and assist us in going deeper, like the way Usawa Agenda has done.
The assessment, FLANA, conducted by Usawa Agenda across all 47 counties in Kenya, used a harmonised, home-based, citizen-led methodology. The assessment followed a 2-stage stratified sampling design developed by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, with enumeration areas, EAS, selected from the 2019 National Census frame, using probability, proportional to size, and with 20 households systematically sampled within each EA, after comprehensive partners and village coordinators.
We have pre-urban enumeration areas and we have rural-based enumeration areas. So the will catch, or rather all the areas will be involved in the assessment. And these are professionally sampled enumeration areas that you are visiting in a partnership between Usawa Agenda areas that you are visiting, in a partnership between Usawa Agenda and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
The 2025 FLANA tools were developed through a structured, multi-stage process, beginning with expert review of Grade 3, Curriculum D3, Curriculum Designs, KICD-approved textbooks, and Usawa Agenda's assessment standards.
We have this policy. School for another.
Ministry of Education, KNEC, KICD, the International Rescue Committee, academia, and practicing teachers collaboratively drafted, pre-tested, piloted, and refined the assessment instruments, including English literacy, numeracy, and an ethno-mathematics general knowledge item. Tool development was followed by a national tools review and validation workshop, bringing together policymakers, technical experts, and practitioners to ensure alignment with assessment standards and usability for field implementation. Implementation was supported through a tiered cascading capacity building model. national key facilitators trained master trainers, who in turn conducted training for county coordinators and village coordinators.
We are training the county coordinators and the village coordinators who are being trained on sampling, on household listings, EA mapping, and from there we go down and train the volunteers who will be doing the actual assessment on the ground.
We are immensely proud and thrilled at the opportunities to support USAWA and be here for this launch.
How have we structured our education system?
Is to make sure that our children are educated.
The USAWA agenda wanajaribu to involve the communities in the process.
The children are needy and they need support, even from many organizations. Different kind of support, uniform, books, bags, many things.
We are USAWA Agenda, a not-for-profit organisation duly Our name USAWA is Swahili for Equality Equity. It underscores our commitment to the course of education justice and underpins our strong conviction that the school system can be responsive to the unique needs of every child. Our vision is to see a world where every child benefits from quality education.
That child of a poor man and the child of the richest man will send their applications and they will sit the same interviews. And in most cases, the child of the poor man might get the opportunity to, fill that position.
This vision was born out of 14 years of conducting foundational learning assessments, which revealed stubbornly low and inequitably distributed learning outcomes. Learners from different backgrounds go through the current system of education only to emerge with same or even worse outcomes. Dreams unattained or shattered, a complete waste of time and resources. Deeper analysis has drawn the conclusion that the undesirable learning outcomes are a derivative of unjust education systems that augment rather than eliminate the disadvantages that children bring into school and hence the current state of education.
You find some of the kids, they remain at home because their parents, they are not able even to buy uniform, even to buy even clothing for their kids to go to school.
At Imaginable Futures, one thing that we firmly believe in is that the importance of education and its ability to actually disrupt cycles of inequity and poverty.
This state, therefore, informs our mission, which is to promote systems change for education justice through research, innovation, and stakeholder engagement.
The mission you have taken of fighting for a just society through the power of education is not a simple one, but it is one that is possible.
I want us to interrogate the policies that we have on education and ask ourselves, are we keeping children in school so they can grow and attain certain age, or are we keeping them in school to learn?
We believe that with requisite systems changes, the school can neutralise the diverse challenges that children bring into school and enable every child to access and benefit from quality education.
I think there is definitely infrastructural challenges. They have mentioned about even children who are learning in open spaces.
Our education system should be that, in spite of the background the learner comes from, a just education system should help them achieve their dreams.
The teacher-student ratio can be there, the teacher classroom, whatever ratios can be there. But if performance is not there, then I think the whole course is defeated.
It is for this reason that as USAWA Agenda, we have invested in building partnerships across the education sector within and beyond Kenya to harness the diverse viewpoints of those impacted by and those who impact policy, practice, investment and community decisions that affect access to quality education.
The assessment inafanywa sisi kama partners with the USAWA Agenda, tukiweza kufanya hizo assessment within the county, tutaweza kujua ni nini tunaweza fanya kusolve hizo issues within the county.
Following 2 assessments in 2021 and 2023, where we asked the question, "Are our children learning?" we found that despite the resources invested, learning outcomes remained low and seems to work for only a few.
I can assure you the statistics, the figures, the findings you've just presented here, I will share it with my colleagues in the education department, in the education committee, and we'll use these figures as we do our oversight work of the ministry. We'll demand to know, because as education committee, we appropriate funds for the education department.
In 2025, USAWA Agenda set out to conduct yet another assessment. To do this, USAWA Agenda brought on board all its 49 partners across the 47 counties for this onerous task. Following a get-together at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development with all the partners, the work began with training coordinated by county coordinators. USAWA Agenda secured the necessary research permits from the NACOSTI and maps from the
Zone of refugee and host communities. Sarah Coco says very deep interpretation of how the public is likely to interpret low learning outcomes despite the investment made and the threat to future enrollment in the absence of value for money. I'm still calling upon all the stakeholders who are outside to get in, please, for us to begin the second session of this launch. If you're still outside, USAWA Agenda team, kindly help mobilize the team to get back in. Brian Otieno continues to say, congrats to Sana USAWA Agenda team for the good work. The manner in which this report is comprehensive is good. Reflection that your volunteers did a commendable job at the field data collection phase. Congrats to them. The reports will be available in our platforms after the launch. Kennedy says it is always refreshing to listen to Dr. Manyasa present facts in a relatable way. Yeah, so those are the comments coming from the virtual space. Tom Onzere continues to say kudos Dr. Manyasa for an awesome event. Shukran Sospita for representing the partners. Glad to have been part of the process and outcome. Magharibi CBO Vihiga. Yeah, lots of congratulations coming in for this great milestone by USAWA Agenda. And we want to continue with the second phase of our conversation. Let's have Mr. Mukhtar Ogle from the Kenya National Examination Council coming to the room. Mr. Mukhtar Ogle and the Kenya National Examination Council, and also MP Haro, our Honorable Haro, coming in for the next session. I believe you've been given the report by USAWA Agenda team. Kindly, in the meantime, interact with it, go through the findings, because in some few minutes we will now engage with the findings, interact, ask questions, and chart the way forward. In the meantime, interact with the report. We will resume shortly. Thank you.
Of education only to emerge with same or even worse outcomes. Dreams unattained or shattered, a complete waste of time and resources.
Good afternoon. Mimi ndio Mukhtar Abdiogle. I represent the CEO, Kenya National Examination Council, Dr. David Njengere, who sends his greetings. Indeed, I'm thrilled to be part of this crucial conversation. "19 years ago, I was on this podium, I think as an active friend of Uwezo then, By 2014, joined the presidency as an advisor to President Uhuru Kenyatta. Came back to the ministry in 2024. So you will forgive me if I'm a bit analog in matters education. I also appreciate the excellent work by Dr. Emmanuel and his team. Usawa. I love it. Kenya kuna usawa. I think listening to this report, this is where our conversation to Singapore starts. Our journey to Singapore, I think, starts here. Rooted in these findings and the defined gaps, because I find the report very engrossing, very rich, and definitive in setting the pace for our preferred future. I wish to thank all the partners and the participants who committed time and resources in the timely and effective execution of this report, the enormous process challenges notwithstanding. The right to education and the question Usawa asking us, our children learning. Dr. Emmanuel, I've been asking myself, even Uwezo had this question. I love your persistence and the resilience. Till the uptake of this concern, this question to every Kenyan, every stakeholder, our children learning, I think is the crux of the matter. Singapore does not come easy. So the right to access to accessible, quality, and relevant education, despite the unbogable demons that we have been battling over the years, these repeated challenges is a call to our leadership. Is our children learning? Is it actually a ritual? What have the previous studies told us? And what have we fixed? And what have we assumed? In the areas of quality and equity, despite the promise of devolution, we have all heard some of the refugee schools are doing better than the ASAL counties. Mheshimiwa Haro is here. Mheshimiwa niseme? Sitachoma sana. Haro was my student. Hapo Jamhuri High School. He was a very brilliant and resilient student. Lakini now I have to call him Mheshimiwa. Now in the report, there are glaring attendant disparities on the areas of exclusion and marginalization. With the promise of devolution, can we talk about marginalization? I will come to the nexus with corruption for us to say why our children are not learning. But exclusion and marginalization as a function of policy and geography. If schools in the refugee camps are doing better than ASAL schools in the ASAL areas, Director, I think this is one of the critical policy uptake in terms of critical intervention by the ministry. Because evidence like this helps us to craft the future. Number two, I'm very thankful to our friends from the refugees and also minorities within our societies, people with disability whom I represent here, nomadic communities, the urban and rural poor, and the other vulnerable sectors in our society. The poor child in Muranga battles the same challenges like the poor child in the urban slums of Nairobi. So for us, this is the critical mass of thinkers for this country in shaping our preferred future. And our preferred future does not come easy. If I take you back to Singapore needs discipline, needs effort, needs critical deployment of our, of our intellect. It is not just a policy pronouncement, but I am glad the president has framed us on what to aspire to. But between Singapore and now, Mungu's idea. The other category in the ASAL areas, I think the girls in some of these areas in the ASAL areas because I'm still focused on the issue of usawa. Hakuna usawa kati of the boys and the girls, right? Girls, especially in the geography that I come from, are victims of discriminative social constructs, either in early marriages and also as victims of poverty. What does this report tell us to do in shaping our preferred future? What is the Kenya we want in 2030? And we're in 2026. What do we need to do now to fix at the ministry level, at the practice level, at the county level, at the stakeholders level, at the funders level? What is the synergy between our strategies in fixing these issues so that next year, this time, Dr. Emmanuel does not have to ask us, are our children learning? How are we going to fix these gaps? Now, this requires that we need to walk the talk. Where to begin is the ministry. Madam, I will come to the issue of capitation. On the issue of poverty, poverty, I think, is a significant affront to our human dignity and our violation of human rights. In our policy enactments, in whatever we are trying to craft as a very significant intervention, I think it is upon the leadership of the ministry, me and you, Madam, to look at how to shake and dismantle the pillars of corruption and the cartels economy. Sometimes, some of these conversations require very radical candor, very difficult conversation. And then ask yourself, as partners in this journey, what is it that we can do as Kenyans to fix these issues? In the counties I come from, simuliona hiyo scandal ya admission. Mungu saidia, tunakuja ile shule mlijenga. Lakini, you cannot compare what Didi Nyoro is doing to what Hon Mheshimiwa Haro is doing. In Moranga, and what the excellent work he is doing, and I hear he was a student of Dr. Emmanuel. Thank you, Mwalimu, for teaching bringing up good leaders. Is those classes are empty. While at Dr. Mheshimiwa Haro, they are overcrowded. Now, this report tells us how to navigate the future by looking at the critical synergy between the evidence provided and the assumptions we are victims of. How to debunk this conversation is a true test of your leadership and your intellectual capital that you bring to this room today. Secondly, Dr. Manuel Asante Sana, I think human rights approach, as we have seen it on SAWA, whether in equality or equity, gives us a sharper focus in dealing with some of these critical demons. If you want equitable education, because we need to have a very robust framework in fixing what ails our education system and enable our learners to learn. This makes also a comparative study. What really blew me away was the comparison between the refugees and the ASAL counties. Where I come from, there are a lot of efforts done by parents and communities. Mambo ingine Mungu saidia, siwezi ongea zaidi. Because corruption is a national cancer. So what is the extent or the latent capability of this report in inspiring new practical ideas in overcoming our long-standing challenges in education? How is this going to improve our systems, both at the national and at the county level? It is reports like this that give us the platform to engage in this kind, because this is very scientific, this is very practical, and it also addresses real issues. There are no assumptions here. And you know, they say researchers and journalists, they always give you discomfort. Facts don't lie, right? Na journalists wanauliza maswali ingine, Mungu saidia, sio? Now, in my view, for us to do justice to the good work done by USAWA, to the good effort made by all these great men and women who have participated in this struggle, is for us is the urgency of now. And a critical theme for me, in my view, is the urgency of accountability. Not to speak a lot of English, but for systems strengthening, I think at the ministry and at the county level, we must lead with emotional courage. We must be factual. We must make next year different from this year by walking the talk and do the uncomfortable things. We must inspire our communities. We must inspire and prompt our teachers. And in this dialogue, this candid dialogue, we must prompt good trouble. Hata ukisema, utakuwa umesema. We need to have hard, reflective conversations on what needs to be done and create an accountability that inspires action across. We must also have and develop and establish and cultivate amongst ourselves a more productive and rewarding relationships. I was very happy by the lady from the Red Cross, International Red Cross. For the first time, we are having refugees as part of our conversation. And also between all actors, we need to drive leadership that connects us on a deeper level with the grassroots, amplify their compelling stories, especially parents and teachers. And reimagining this future, I think it takes courage, the courage to dare. Finally, I will also call upon each of us to lead from the future. Please let us make practical steps in leading from the future. Hii ingine Sara sitasema kwa maana itachoma. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ogle from the Kenya National Examination Council. The call to action is clear for all the stakeholders in the room. So I'd like to welcome Honorable Haro, the member of the Senate Education Committee, and also MP Mandara. Karibu sana. The voice of the parliamentarians is critical because we need political will to be able to transform education. Karibu sana.
Asante, thank you. Thank you very much. And Asante, my teacher. You know, once you're a teacher, always you're a teacher. He normally doesn't like me telling people he was my teacher because he says the ladies in the room will know about his age. So, hata mimi nimechoma kidogo, si ndio? Anyway, I am a friend of USAWA. Been a friend of USAWA for a long time. I am a member of the International Parliamentary Network on Education, and I'm also a member of the Kenya's National Assembly Committee on Education and Research. I'm here on behalf of my chairman, the chairman of the committee. Just like my teacher represented his CEO at NEC, I'm also representing the chairman of the Education Committee and other members of the Education Committee in this forum. All my colleagues are in Naivasha now because there is a 1-week meeting in Naivasha for all MPs. I had to remain behind so that I can be able to support this conference. So I'll read my statement and then I'll say maybe one or two off the cuff things, but I'll try as much as possible to avoid politics. Dear esteemed guests and friends, it is very heartwarming to see you here, united by our commitment to ensuring all children learn to read, write, and do basic mathematics by the end of primary school. Learning these foundational skills is the bedrock for all learning. When children acquire the basics in primary school, they are more likely to stay in school and go on to higher education, more likely to earn more when they enter the workforce and become active and engaged citizens. Developing our people, our human capital, helps drive national, continental, and global progress. With Africa home to the world's largest youth population, this is critical. Our people are our greatest asset, and we must invest in them, building their knowledge, skills, and values. Everyone agrees with this, but despite that, too many children aren't learning the basics in school, risking their futures and our collective progress. Statistics show that 7 out of 10 children in low and middle-income countries globally are unable to read and comprehend a simple text by age 10. And even now, more than 250 million children are still out of school. In Africa, that is 1 in 5 children of primary school age not in school, and 9 out of 10 children not acquiring sufficient reading or writing skills by age 10. You have seen the statistics that were presented here by Usawa about Kenya. Nationally, 35% of grade 6 learners cannot read and comprehend a grade 3 appropriate English story. And 29% of grade 6 learners in urban areas cannot read and comprehend a grade 3 appropriate English story. The good news is that political leaders like me are committing to action to reverse these numbers. But we need to deepen and widen that commitment, ensuring that political representatives at every level, in every ministry, and from every party understand the importance of this mission and is committed to prioritizing it, so we drive on our promise that every child is in school and learning the basics. As a member of the National Assembly's Committee on Education here in Kenya, it is my job to acknowledge this challenge and help mobilize the people, resources, and funding to tackle it. But my acknowledgement of the issue is not enough. Broader support for improved learning from different community members is also an important piece of the puzzle. Without wider societal support, strong commitment from political leaders is not enough, both immediately and especially over the long term, to sustain challenges. Mobilizing communities and citizens to uphold political commitments and demand further action is critical to ensure all children really are learning the basics. That's why the work of Usawa Agenda and its new report, FLANA report, measuring levels of all children across Kenya, is so significant. It is why we are gathered here today. Ensuring every child learns is our collective agenda, which is vital to driving progress. Whilst many national assessments do help to set targets and identify where resources and funding need to be allocated, citizen-led assessments are a critical tool that can help drive further accountability and action and give the government an understanding of learning that national assessments don't capture. The data from the FLANA report is an essential part of this picture. I welcome this new evidence to both inform my work in Parliament and to drive up learning outcomes, but also globally for my peers, because I'm a member of the international network of MPs, but also globally for my peers, for governments, and for many dedicated partners and experts, those who are here and those who are also watching us online. Having access to the latest evidence helps us to shape the direction and quality of our national education system and its policies. But my challenge to all of you is that the evidence isn't widely known about, understood, or acted upon as it should. A recent survey found that 80% of government officials overestimate literacy proficiency in their countries while underestimating the detrimental impact that low literacy has on national development. For the most part, we rightly assume that children who are in school will be learning especially the basics. But they largely aren't. And we need to know this, acknowledge it, and act on it. In Parliament, we need to use the data from assessment to ask questions, challenge gaps, and ensure that policy, programs, laws, and funding, all of which we shape as parliamentarians, all translate into tangible improvements in children's learning. As legislators, we create and amend the laws that protect the right to education and set standards for learning. As budget holders, we approve how public resources are allocated, directing funding to the schools and communities that need it most. Oversight is another critical function. Through committees and inquiries, Parliament holds the government accountable for delivering on its commitments and monitors whether resources are reaching classrooms and producing results. Data on learning should be our guide and should inform how we perform all of these functions with a singular mission to ensure every child in this country learns. But data isn't an end in itself. It needs to shape our priorities and inform our priorities and be the measure by which we judge whether we have done enough. Producing data that will only collect dust on shelves, data that is not analyzed, data that is not being put to use, is simply nothing. You need to make the data accessible and understandable and as the center of a collective mission. It also needs to help us set targets we hold ourselves accountable for. In short, we must press on and do everything in our power to accelerate challenges that lead to every child finishing primary education with the strongest possible literacy and numeracy skills. There is hope, and we live with that hope. Thank you. Maybe I'll just say, as I said, I will want to avoid as much as possible politics in this forum. As you know, when we go anywhere, politicians, we hijack the forum. It becomes a podium for our political battles. I'm trying to avoid that. But since Dr. Manyasa talked about education in Northeastern, and especially in relation to teachers, and I liked the way he brought out the question around the BOM, and the Director of Education also talked about, mentioned about Northeastern and the underdevelopment in schools. I would just say just a few things around that without necessarily sounding political. The question around education, particularly in Northeastern. For example, let me just put it blunt. We started developing schools in Northeastern very recently. If you know the history of Northeastern, you know, sometimes I always tell people, if you have never lived next to a failed state, like for example Somalia, and sometimes, you know, Ethiopia was also almost sometime around there, but let's talk about Somalia. You will never understand the impact of the people who live along those borders, neighboring failed states. If you have never had somebody die in your home, you will never know the pain of bereavement. So sometimes I feel a lot of Kenyans don't understand anything about what's going on in Northeastern. Or we have very scanty information about that region. For starters, that region was neglected even by the colonial government, because the colonial government wanted to invest in areas which are productive. That area has never received missionaries who have built mission schools. That area was affected by Sessional Paper 10 of 1965, where the government said they will do investment in high potential areas with the understanding that whatever achievement is had in high potential areas will trickle down to those low potential areas. But that trickling down has never happened for 60-something years since independence. The first schools in central Kenya, for example, Mangu, was established in 1925. Alliance was established in 1926. Nairobi School was established in 1902. Kenya High was established in 1908. Imagine a school which was established those years, and every successive government has been pumping in resources to develop it further. And you compare it with a region which was a closed region to all development actors until 1997, when the IPPG package brought some level of freedom to that region. Those of you who are old enough, you can remember the 1997 constitutional legal reforms, which were called the IPPG package, which also later paved the way for multi-party democracy in this country. And I really thank the late Raila Amolo Odinga for the role he played in making sure the IPPG package happened and the Section 2A in the Constitution was removed. And later on, in 2010, we enacted the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Those are the three key events of history of that region which managed to open up the region to development and the little achievements as you are seeing in that area. People have been asking, what have we done with the resources since devolution? Our county governments have done a lot. But you can only compare a mango with a mango, an orange with an orange. You cannot compare a mango with an orange. For example, devolution is 15 years old. A challenge and a study to be done, comparing county per county of what has been achieved in the 15 years. Don't judge us from 1902 when we had nothing. In my constituency, the teacher-pupil ratio, as we speak, is 1 teacher for 135 children, while the standard is 100 and, where is TSC? 1 to 40. Imagine a ratio, teacher ratio of 1, which means we have a teacher gap in the entire Northeastern of 52%. 52% of teachers that are required in Northeastern are not there. So what do we spend our money on? Because our children must learn, and we have an education renaissance in that region, because those people who used to take their children to herd livestock, the livestock are not there anymore. The vagaries of weather, climate has destroyed them. And therefore people have settled and have taken children to school. So there is a renaissance of education in that region. We need more teachers. We need more classes. But those resources are not there. Those who are supposed to help, what do? They turn around and say, these people are corrupt, they eat all the money, they do that, they do this. I'll not go there, but in the fullness of time, Kenyans will come to know the truth from the lies. Thank you very much.
All right. My apologies for introducing Honorable Aro as the Senate Education, part of the Senate Education Committee. It's the National Assembly Education Committee. So there's political goodwill, right? And people like Honorable Aro are doing so much in the education space, and such good examples should be amplified. It is possible to transform education in Kenya if you have leaders. So is it time to start thinking about elections 2027? Can education now be put on the scorecard and we say, if you're unable, if you failed in the education space, that means you're not getting a seat. Let's start having such conversations in our counties. I'd like to invite Dr. Sarah Ruto from Echidna Giving, our funder who has been supportive throughout the years. We sincerely appreciate what you do for us. Karibu sana. Let's clap for Dr. Sarah Ruto as she comes.
Asante sana, asante Claudia, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I feel I am coming in at a point where I am interrupting a very good national conversation that is happening. So I am feeling like putting aside what Echidna does and talking as a citizen of Kenya. But since I was invited to talk as Echidna, let me just first start by saying congratulations to Emmanuel and team for retaining the tempo, retaining the resilience. For the last 19 years, this learning assessments on literacy and numeracy initially was released every year, now every 2 years. And why is that? Because it's important for us to know how our children are operating. And it gives us just a dipstick. It doesn't do everything, but that dipstick is enough to remind us what is important. It has been said that the character of a nation is known by how it treats its vulnerable. And I'd like to put children who are in the early years as vulnerable because they will grow based on the decisions that we in the room make. So for me, they're vulnerable. They're needy of an adult, of somebody else to do something good. And so when we retrospect as Kenya, what is our character? Are we showing our strength because of how we are able to listen to all our children and not some? And I think it is important that we always think, because all of us are leaders here in our own right. And the findings have shown that it is still so unequal. And it is not because of lack of technical knowledge. Were you given a class earlier on today by our head teacher in Westlands about diphthongs? Some of you didn't know that such a word exists. He teaches in Westlands Primary. He's very knowledgeable about what he has been hired to do. And there are many like him. So this is no longer too much a question about the technical. We either have it or we know where to find it. Is it a question of the ministry, our institutions of the land, Ngao, Ministry of Education, not knowing what they need to do? I don't think so. You have seen they were mainly gentlemen and lady. Martha, it's good you are there. You know, we're very few women who have been talking over here. But the ladies and gentlemen who have come here know what needs to be done, know where we are, know where we need to go. I'm so glad that Mheshimiwa was here, our political leaders. And there is a clarity of what needs to be done. So I always ask myself, why are we not moving at the pace we need to be moving at to get where we need to go? Where is that gap? And I think that is where we need to always be thinking about the action that Bwana Ogle, he put it so well. What is making us not to accelerate progress? Because it is really criminal that there are children in our country who are not able to read. We are starting them off at a disadvantage. And it is important for us to be emotional about it and to think critically about it. And unless we are able to move on as a whole, we will not move individually. Private solutions will not work. I know the middle class are very good. If your area is not safe, you stay in a gated community, you hire watchmen, and a few watchwomen, you buy bottled water. Private solutions will only take us to a point. We need national solutions. We need a system. And as a country, we are ready for it. And that is what I'm hungry for. And I sense that amongst you. So I really think that we need to continue putting our thoughts together. This is no longer the time for doing things individually. And thank you, Osawa, for converging many people who are representing many institutions. Let us all continue in that journey because, honestly speaking, Kenya should not be having such findings. And they're not very different, even if SACMEC and NEC, where you are to release your findings. I don't think the difference would be about 10 percentage points. And so let us use the evidence to reflect so that we can do better. And as at Kidna Giving, where I work, foundational learning is a key pillar that we have identified we want to continue supporting. We have a laser-sharp focus on girls. And for example, when you think about where society is equal, where resources are available for both, you know, there are minimal differences between boys and girls. I think even if, Emmanuel, you are to show what is the percentage of girls who are in grade 4 who are able to do grade 3, the gender difference was not that big. Girls were tilted a little bit higher, but the gender difference was not that big. But where you see differences coming up in the refugee settings, you will find that other than the process of, I like to call it politics of development, because there's a story to our development and an equal development that Mheshimiwa talked about. Other than that, you'll also see in those areas, patriarchy is very strong. And so, Usawa, I'm really looking forward to your next report, where you'll be presenting about literacy and numeracy, but also life skills. To what extent do children who come from these areas have these life skills, which are very central in the competency-based curriculum? I'm looking forward, you gave us a little bit about trends, looking at now against yesterday, and there are reasons for us to clap, and that is good. But I'm also looking forward to looking at us against also our regional partners. Because when we educate our children, my belief is that we are not just educating them for a market in Kenya. We are educating them so that they can venture their wings as far as they want. It could be to Uganda, to Tanzania. It could be abroad, even though nowadays America doesn't want you people so much. But it could be wherever it is. Because they are also educating their children for a global economy. So why should we only educate ours for a national economy? Are you getting me? We should be able to give our children the wings to fly wherever they want to go. And so I'm looking forward to evidence playing that role so that we see ourselves, because there was a time when some findings showed that some of our worst districts and counties, at that time it was districts, were even worse than the worst in Uganda and Tanzania, showing how unequal we are. That the best counties are resident in Kenya, but the worst counties or districts, when you're thinking about East Africa, are also found in Kenya. We are very unequal. Na kwa hivyo kufikiria usawa is a really key important area of how to think about the future. And Echidna is supporting partners like Usawa Agenda in the region, in Uganda, in Tanzania. We are really supporting, also looking forward to supporting these findings, finding a place also in the East Africa Legislative Assembly, because we know many of the movements we have in education, the legislature was also formed at the East Africa community. The East Africa community 10, 15 years ago decided it wants to go the competency-based approach. That was a decision made at the East Africa. And so it is our responsibility also as Kenya to contribute evidence towards not only a county dialogue, a national dialogue, but also a regional dialogue, because that is what leaders do. You participate and contribute evidence on all levels. And we are willing as Echidna to work with Usawa and with other partners so that at least we can see that all girls and boys in our region get the foundation, get the building block, as Martha said, so that they can be able to be the best they want to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah Ruto, representing Echidna Giving. We will continue reiterating that we appreciate the support that we get from Echidna Giving, and it's good to hear that they are committed to still supporting the cause of foundational learning. So Dr. Sarah Ruto, we are grateful. The next session is Q&A. We believe we heard the findings. We've interacted with the reports briefly. So we have a Q&A session, just your reactions based on the findings that have been shared, for Q&A for like 20 minutes, then we go into the next session. So this is an open forum for Q&A, reactions to the findings. The virtual space as well, kindly write your questions in the chat. We'll be able to engage with you as we respond to them. So the floor is open for the audience to engage. Question and answer based on the findings shared. Some of you have been asking, who is this lady standing in front of you? I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Claudia Lagarde. I work at Usawa Agenda, and thank you for staying back thus far. It's been an engaging conversation, and looking forward to the remaining parts. Let's go. There's a question at the back.
Okay. Thank you very much for the nice presentation. My name is Mark Ambito. I'm from the research profession. I just wanted to ask a question to the research that was done. I've just been passing through some information from Japan that in the early childhood education domain, they lay a lot of emphasis on trying to teach in terms of good behaviors, communication, and in terms of, let's say, even social kind of enhancement in terms of like being good. And as I think our friend from the Kenya National Examination Council talked, he said that as a country, we have serious problems in terms of behavioral norms, and it should start at an early age. And things like corruption that have become serious issues in this country. So I really wanted to know from Dr. Manyasa, did they ever thought about doing such kind of research in terms of the early childhood? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take 3 questions, then Dr. Manyasa will respond to some of them and the stakeholders in the room. Let me employ gender responsive pedagogies, female, before we go to the next bill. No question from the ladies in the room? Let's have Miss Agnes from UNICEF ask the question.
Thank you very much for the great work by Usawa Agenda. I think we all have been waiting for this evidence to inform policy and practice. I just wanted to find just a few questions. I'll be quick. On sanitation, what did you find out for pre-primary? Do we have adequate? And again, even for primary, what was the state? The 1 to 45, what's the state? Can, even though they are there, are they in good state? And also, I wasn't clear about the finding from the observation that you had and how you were able to compare what you found in the household and at the school level. And then the last one is on the diploma for ECD teachers. We know that it's been combined with primary, and if we are saying now foundational learning is very critical, this is for government, how do we see pre-primary progressing in terms of quality teachers if we are going to disadvantage, the preparing them to teach in the pre-primary? Thank you.
All right, the last question, then we respond to the 3 first. Eric Amboche.
Yes. Good afternoon, educationists. My name is Eric Ambuche, founder Slums Outreach Program, which is based in Mukuru, Kwanjenga. Mukuru, Kwanjenga is the epicenter of all problems. I'll say this. The findings from Usawa Agenda really reflect the true status on the ground. And I'll be glad to see the findings followed. The findings followed with the remedial measures. That the question here is, where does the buck stop? Or that is, who takes the responsibility? I hope you heard the Mheshimiwa Senator saying about report gathering dust. Some of us have been in this country for long enough to know what's good and what's bad, what works and what does not work. The reason I ask this question is in reference to where I come from. And Mr. Dr. Manyasa na wengine, I thank you for organizing this session or this forum. Somebody said that if you want to destroy any nation, just distort education.
Eric,
as I said,
you can summarize in the interest
I summarize. The reason I ask this question is in reference to where I come from, which is Mukuru. The situation is dire. One public school in the entire area. Too many informal schools. Right now, my phone is overstretched. Recently, on Thursday, I appeared on news raising the situation, how the situation was in Mukuru. And thank God, it did not take long. The president, the same day, gave a directive that I think it was to be implemented starting Friday. I know most of it will be implemented today.
Thank you, Eric. So we give other participants time to
Okay.
also ask their questions.
Claudia, I know I'm speaking on behalf of many. Just allow me a second. I know I'm speaking on behalf of many. By virtue of what I do, I experience these inconsistencies that have been raised here by Dr. Manyasa. Kindly, I'll say this, that at least we are heading somewhere if what I raised can be followed, that where does the buck stop? Who takes the responsibility? If you look at this is a list from Kuru Kwanjenga. These 70 kids who have not reported to school. That's why when I say my phone is overstretched, I know this is what I mean. And for the president to give that directive on Thursday evening, I know a solution will be found somewhere, especially today being a Monday. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Eric, for highlighting the issues that are affecting our children and also asking us what is the way forward. And I believe as stakeholders here, we will chart the way forward in a few. What do we do from here? So there are issues to do with the behavioral norms, values, and socio-emotional skills in our pre-primary education. There are issues of sanitation, teacher preparation, and now what is the way forward? Emmanuel, you're welcome to respond to the 3 questions before we go to the next set of questions. Technical team, microphone.
Thank you. I will be very brief in my responses so that we can try to move forward given the time issue now. Have we done anything based on ECDs and values at the ECD level? We haven't done a study on values at that level. I think it is a good point you raise that we need to look at what works in other places and ask ourselves and look at our curriculum, where do we start teaching values? Because as it is now, we know we have values and life skills in the curriculum, but are they there at the ECD level? We have not done an assessment. And that is something we will maybe be looking into. To your question, Anne, about the state of pre-primary wash facilities in the school. We have data, but we have not analyzed. And I will not want to make a statement based on guesswork, but we have data. One of the things we know for sure is that in many schools that have ECD centers attached to them, they are letting those children use the same facilities. It is actually not right because you cannot have a 4-year-old using the same washroom as a 15-year-old who is in junior school. But that is one of the things I can say upfront. We know that, but we haven't analyzed the details for those where we are only looking at separate ECDs from the rest of the school. The state of the facilities, the ratios we mentioned here are not for the number of toilets in the school. It is for the number of functional toilets. So we have schools that have some toilets which have been closed because they are not functional. They are not in the right state. The ones we mentioned here are the ones that are in the state to be used. Diploma for ECD teachers, I think we have challenges as we go through the reforms. We are reforming too many things maybe at the same time, but it's important to keep the training of ECD teachers specific for ECD teachers, because they do not require the same skill as the primary school teacher. Their skill is different. The contents of what they need to learn to be able to manage an ECD center is different. So our position is ECD teachers need specialized training as ECD teachers. They cannot be trained as primary school teachers and then deployed to ECD centers. But that is a decision that only the ministry can take. So ours is to say something in that direction and hope that that will be done. The question of where does the buck stop, I think Eric asked and answered himself because he told us a directive that has come, and when a directive comes, it tells you whoever is able to give the directive is the one on whose desk the buck stops. So you asked a question and answered. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for responding to that. Let's have the next set of 3 questions, then we should be concluding on the Q&A. I wish we had a longer time. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me thank also Dr. Manyasa for the excellent presentation and especially the very informative details within the report. My name is George Sikulu from National Parents Association Secretariat. So I think it was significant that you said that you found out in your survey that the level of education of parents would impact learning outcomes up to 16%. So what we will be keen to know is what level of education did you find specifically during your research that was responsible for more positive outcomes? What level? Is it like Form 4? Is it like college, graduate? What level of education did you find that when parents have, it has a significant impact? The next question, of course, following that would be at current status, the baseline. What proportion of parents have that level of education? Then the third question for me would then be, what parental behaviors did you find during your research that are linked with that outcome? What parental behaviors during your research are linked to that 16% improvement outcome? And the last one is, in your view, on the basis of your analysis and gap analysis versus whatever synthesis you did, how then would parental engagement be optimized under the circumstances? How would parental engagement be optimized under the current circumstances? Thank you very much.
Great. Next, Frida.
Thank you very much, Claudia. My name is Frida Kiambati from the African Population and Health Research Center. I have 2 questions to Dr. Manyasa. The first one is related to the classroom observations. Would be interested to get to know how the findings look like for the time on task. Then the second one is related to learners with disabilities. So how does the learning outcomes look like for the learners with disabilities, and which specific disabilities did you assess, and how the adaptation of the assessment tools for these specific categories, how the experience was like? Thank you.
Right. Let's have this side. We can have George ask a question. George Awala from VSO.
So thank you very much for the research and the findings, really intriguing and interesting. Two things from me. So one, what are the policy recommendations? Because within the report, I didn't see any specific section that was focused on policy. And then the second one was around issues of affecting learners with disabilities. I think that's a category of learners that we really need to put a lot more emphasis on because of the unique needs, both in school and also at community level. Was there any relationship around the families or the household status and the resilience that they have that affected education? Thank you.
Thank you. Two more questions. Professor Rubai. And then Dr. Irene.
Mine is not a question, but a small caution to my fellow researchers in the gender space. We had a finding where we have seen that girls are showing up, they are performing sometimes slightly better than boys. And if we are not conscious in gender research, I know we have our colleagues who are interested in what about the boy-child agenda. We may take this finding as a blanket observation to all girls and begin saying, okay, now we need to shift focus. I'm not saying we've not been focusing on both boys and girls, we do, but I'm just saying that we have not yet reached a place where girls have arrived. This finding could be interpreted to mean that there are certain selected spaces where the girl child can thrive. So my fellow researchers can follow up this report to find out which girl. Is it a girl from high socioeconomic status or low socioeconomic status, urban or rural, that is actually performing better than the boy and achieving, and where is this girl, so that we can draw lessons that we can apply to other girls that we have had are still lagging behind in the ASALs and other disadvantaged areas, of course, while not leaving boys behind. Why I'm putting forth this caution is because it's very easy to lose the gains that girls have achieved. You remember when COVID happened, schools closed for some months, girls stayed at home, they became pregnant, they got married, they underwent FGM, and by the time schools were opening, a lot of damage had already been done. So let us not relent on the girls. Let us do more of the good things we have been doing, especially in the areas where they are still affected negatively. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rubai. Let's have Dr. Irene Nyamo.
Thank you, and good afternoon.
My name is Irene Nyamu. I'm the Chief Executive Officer, Regional Education Learning Initiative, Really Africa. And I want to start by really commending USAWA and their partners for a great report which provides evidence for researchers and people doing advocacy in the area of education. We completely and really heavily rely on well-synthesized and well-researched work. So congratulations. This is going to be very, very informative for us, and especially for networks like ours that also works in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. So that comparison can already start taking shape. It's a comment that I want to make and a call to action, as well as a challenge. In the area of ECD, it was actually intriguing to see that enrollment delays at the ECD level are actually at a 16%, gap. And this tells you that, as Emmanuel said actually, the biggest frontier now looks at foundational learning, because if you leave a big proportion of children behind at this level, really, when are they going to catch up? But we also know there has been a lot of politics around ECD from the time when it wasn't initially funded through the education, capitation grant and all the other funding opportunities. But then now we have some improvement with the county government now taking ECD, as part of their work. But then, to what extent does this finding reflect the differences in terms of the level of effort and the interest with which county governments take seriously the issue of ECD? This is an area where we need to now start doing a lot of advocacy. And I'm really, really grateful that the foundational learning guidelines are already being developed. Madam Martha, congratulations, together with the Ministry of Education team. We are looking forward to those guidelines. But this particular finding tells us that we need to now move beyond the guidelines. Once we have the guidelines, there's a lot of work to do. There's advocacy around financing ECD at the county level. And if already the ASAL regions are trailing, even with basic education, how much more for ECD? And if we are not careful, then we'll risk seeing a bigger gap in the next 2 years when you run the study. So there's work I see us as advocates and researchers having to do. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Irene. Let's have Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa respond to the questions. Then we'll move to the next segment. Yeah, we'll engage further on the findings. Karibu, Emmanuel.
Thank you. Very quick through the questions. I'll start with Irene's last question. The issue of ECD and county governments, all our county governments are implementing ECE, early childhood education, and not early childhood development and education. There is a development component that is medical, that is nutritional, which they have not taken up. ECD was supposed to have those components. All of them are not implementing that component. So the biggest challenge now is to engage with them to get to a point where they appreciate that this level was devolved because health was devolved and they were supposed to go together. So there is a gap there that needs to be addressed. I'll come back to George Sikulu. Level of education that parents had, we ran a regression model. And what we put in there was, if you have primary level of education and below, and then compared all the other levels of education against households that had primary level of education and below. And we saw that with every incremental level of education, there was improvement in the learning outcomes of the children. So the higher you go, the higher was the level of improvement. And for that, we controlled for all other things. So we controlled for the fact that mostly children from degree holder households also have higher levels of income. We controlled for those. So we are sure that the finding is robust, as they say in research. Parental behavior that we saw, supporting children with homework, we saw that that had an impact. We reported here that for parents who are supporting their children with homework, we saw the difference in the results. Time on task, what we saw is that mostly more children spend time on task than teachers in our findings. But still teachers spend substantial amount of time on task. More time on task was spent for grade 6 compared to grade 3 among the teachers. For the children, it was consistent across the 2 grades. So that is something we have in the report, but we're going to write a more detailed report on class observation because there is a lot of data that we collected, and we think we'll try to make use of all of it. So about the disabilities, we only were able to assess children with physical disability. We have not been able to assess children with other forms of disability because we haven't had enough resources and technical capacity to do it. When we get those resources, and we are trying, we will then bring the KISE on board because they have the technical capacity, and we'll be able to partner to do that assessment. It is one of the things we feel guilty about because we haven't now been able to include, for instance, children with hearing impairment, children with visual impairment. We haven't been able to assess. We were only able to check whether they are attending school or not, but we were not able to assess them to see how their learning outcomes will be. To my friend George Awala, now the issue of policy recommendations, it is actually our policy not to put them in any of our reports. If you check all our reports, there is no policy recommendation. And it is very deliberate. That what we do is to bring the evidence out. Once we have put the evidence out, then we need a conversation together to come up with what is the best policy process to follow. So we don't recommend, we don't come to say we know that given this evidence, do this. We do not. We bring out the evidence and say, in a forum like this, can we agree on what now needs to be done based on this evidence that we have? So we don't have any policy recommendations, and it's deliberate. Issues affecting the learners with special needs, yeah, that is still very critical. We have seen more of them are out of school compared to the other children. We saw, for instance, that girls, I didn't go into the details, but if you look at the girls with mental illness, they are the most likely to not be enrolled in school. So different levels, different types of disability has different implication on whether a child is enrolled or not, and it has a different implication on whether the child drops out. We found, for instance, that children with learning disability, those who had been tested actually, because we only documented that if they have been tested, most of them drop out of school. They do not fail to enroll, they enroll, but they drop out compared to the others with other forms of disability. So there is a lot of work there to be done. To my friends, Professor Mandela's issue of the girls, it is true that consistently girls are achieving more. Even when you put into a regression model, it still tells you the difference is significant. It is also true that the journey of women's empowerment has not reached the destination. So we should be careful not to say, now that the schools are showing girls doing better, we have overinvested in girls' education. We need to be careful with drawing that kind of conclusion, because it will abort the journey of women's empowerment before it reaches destination. And I think that is the caution that I agree with, that we need to keep in mind.
All right, thank you. I think that's all the time we have for Q&A. If not, we'll be here until 5 p.m. in the evening. But to our agenda, we are available for more conversation on different platforms. Right now, I'd like to invite Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa for the next segment of conversation. Just our online participants at the virtual space, there's more congratulations coming in for the launch of the report. Peter Owiti continues to say very good evidence for decision making, and some requesting for the report. As you've been told in the virtual space, you can access our report in our website, www.usawaagenda.org. So we are moving swiftly into the next segment. Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa is taking it away in a few. Karibu sana, Emmanuel. And just a reminder, we appreciate feedback and assess evaluation of our work. So we will distribute sheets of paper with a QR code. Kindly scan it and give us feedback regarding today's launch for further improvements. Thank you so much. Karibu, Emmanuel.
Good afternoon. It is a bad time to be still sitting because we were supposed to be having lunch by now. But we have a lot of wise men and women in the room whom we must listen to, otherwise we'll go home poorer. So allow me at this point to invite a few people who are going to make very brief remarks. They will be not more than 5 minutes, and they will give us wisdom from different perspectives in terms of how we proceed from where we are. First on my list is Dr. John Mugo. I know he was around. Dr. Mugo, are you in the room? Okay, I think he's out of the room, and as he prepares to come, please allow me to call Mr. Lawrence Otunga from Kunopet. People have complained about the ECD not being covered enough. We have their spokesman in this room. Let him speak to us about a few issues of ECD. I request that all of us use very few minutes so that we can be able to have time to break for lunch before it is too late.
Thank you so much. Allow me to say good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Otunga. I'm an ECD teacher, National Chairman, Kunopet, Kenya Union of Pre-Primary Education Teachers. And I'm also the founder of Chekechea Welfare Association in Kenya. ECD has been undermined in Kenya, and we thank county governments for coming up strongly to support ECD teachers. No one was ready to employ us until the day NAT went to court, and currently we are registered with the Teacher Service Commission. And I want to thank my senior, Mr. Hesbon, for really supporting ECD welfare or ECD affairs in Kenya. The elephant in the room, for the sake of time, the government has decided to phase out ECD. In the next few years, there will be nothing like ECD in Kenya. As you walk into this institution, there is ECD library. We used to have the NASESE and the DSSS. We even have the ECD director in the Ministry of Education. In the next few years, she will be jobless because ECD is being phased out unfairly. Currently, we have thousands of teachers who are doing the in-service upgrade, diploma in early childhood education. We have a circular directing them to stop the trainings to come to an end, and there will be nothing like in-service training, meaning colleagues who are employed in private schools and by county governments will no longer have time to go and upgrade themselves. So the only option they have is to resign, then go and upgrade, come back and reapply for jobs. Quite unfair, quite inhumane. Lastly, we all know that ECD has had good professional progression from certificate, diploma, undergraduate, master's, and PhD. P1 did not have that. So why phase out a course that has been a foundation of education in Kenya? Why phase it out unfairly and without even involving serious stakeholders like us. We just wake up and find things happening. In conclusion, and you must take this point home, as organizations and unions representing ECD teachers, we must challenge this thing. We thank USAWA Agenda for coming up with this report. If you look at it carefully, you find that Embu has, I think page 14 or page, Embu has the highest number of employed teachers on PNP. Were it not for devolution, I'm very sure ECD could have been something else. But we are not against the reforms. But why kill a generation of teachers in the name of reforms? Let us come together and get the best way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That message goes very well to my friend, Peter Gitonga. He's very heavily involved with the county government of Embu. And so when they say Embu has done well, it means something is happening there. Please allow me to invite Mr. Otieno.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm tempted to tell my brother Otunga solidarity. Because what he has addressed is very pertinent in terms of the reforms that you are doing at the Ministry of Education. I know it is in tandem with the Presidential Working Party report. And Otunga is simply saying, as you're doing those reports, consider that constituency in terms of their trainings and also in terms of the absorption to duty. And it is something that is very key, so don't leave out the stakeholders involved in that area. I'm happy with the USAWA agenda. We've been participating with them throughout the release of their reports ever since. And I'm seeing a lot of growth in terms of their findings in informing policy. And a lot of policy. You know, your findings must be left for the stakeholders to think on what policy change can be done. And the Minister of Education is here, Teacher Service Commission is here, other stakeholders are here who also inform policy. So to me, as the Deputy Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers, the findings are clearly directing the Teacher Service Commission, my brother Ndamburi. The finding is telling you, employ more teachers in Northeastern region because more teachers are needed there for the success of foundational learning. The teacher-pupil ratio, the MP has talked about it here. The finding is simply telling us that there is biasness in terms of staffing. The tree that Daktari talked about here, 2 levels of tree and the outcomes of the tree, right from the foundation. If we want the tree to be as green as the USAWA agenda is indicating, then the playing ground should be level across and it should cut across. The finding is also talking about the employability of teachers even at the foundational learning, the early childhood education. I think when we talk about the review of the training and even combination of training, DECTE and the primary school teacher education, then we should also talk about their schemes of service, that we should have a common schemes of service that will serve these teachers across, so that every other teacher is carried on board in the training. The findings are also talking to the Minister of Education, my sister Martha, that textbooks are not enough in some areas of this country. And so quality education cannot be equal if in some places we talked about English textbooks pupil ratio being maybe at 2 2:1, and the numeracy, the mathematics teacher book ratio being 3:1 in some places in the rural areas, then you cannot expect us to have quality. And so we should talk about quality in terms of provision of the basics, the necessities that are required to ensure that we have equity in education. My brothers from Keksha, the finding is saying that though we are many teachers, male are more in administration. Then we should ask ourselves, is it within the norms that males should always take their leadership in a family? Then if that is it, even in the teaching family, there is no mistake, male being more than female. Yeah, heading our schools. So the finding is still okay. But it is not discouraging our female colleagues not to be in the positions of administration, because it is a challenge. I was bullying Martha the other day. Now she's a very senior officer in the Ministry of Education, and I respect that. It is growth. So these are the things we are talking about, that these findings are good. They are informing us so that we can move and see what are the gaps in the education sector that needs to be mitigated upon so that we have an all-inclusive move. As unions, to me, Namuri, employ more teachers and pay them well. That is what the finding is saying. Employ more teachers, pay them well. Martha, equip the teachers so that they can provide. And to the teachers, let them be retooled. Let them be retooled so that they are in tandem with what is happening so that we do not have these gaps that we are observing. Thank you.
Thank you, Hesbon. I always expect the union to be the union. but let me take this opportunity to invite someone else who has been funding children. We have talked about children struggling to transition. In the room, we have someone who is funding children to transition and has been funding children to stay in school. And so I'll call Elshiba Msengeti. She works for Kengen Foundation, and she can tell you a little more about herself and what they are doing to keep children in school.
Good afternoon, fellow educationists. Yeah, all protocols observed. Thank you so much, Dr. Manyasa, for having us here. My name is Elishiba Msengeti, as you've heard. I'm a Principal Programs Officer at Kengen Foundation, and have been working in the space of education for the whole length of my working life. So I just happen to be at the foundation now, but have been doing scholarship work from 2009 to now. And perhaps I can start by giving a bit of an introduction. Kengen Foundation gives scholarships to students who are going to high school, which is now senior secondary. We've just done our inaugural senior secondary scholarship selection, and we also sponsor students in university. And we do this in our areas of operation. So that's Olkaria, Takwel, Ngong, Sondu, Nairobi, Apatana, Kipevu, and of course the Eastern Hydros, where we have our hydroelectric power stations. Why is this conversation important to us? I think I cannot belabor the point enough that for all of us who are involved in philanthropic work or any kind of social impact work, it has to be guided by evidence and not by assumptions, as has been said. And I think for a long time, scholarships programs especially, I think have been guided, of course, by the agendas of the companies or the organizations, and not necessarily by the need on the ground. And so for us, this becomes a very important report, because then it guides how we allocate resources. It also guides how we do scholarships. You know, scholarships are just
a start. A scholarship, you pay school fees, but there's so much more, and I know you'll agree with me, that goes into ensuring that that child actually transitions and is able to make a difference in their family and in their community. I just came back this weekend. Last week I was in Kitui County where we were doing selection. And I can tell you the need is so great. You find a family, one of the questions we ask a family is, for example, has anyone else in this family received scholarship before? And you know, we found a family where a girl had received scholarship through high school and made it to university, which is fantastic. She's in her second year of university, but she's at home because she just had a baby. And of course, children are a blessing. There's nothing, you know, wrong about that. But it told us something that, you know, the home that this child is coming back to still has some gaps, because you find also the mother has several children. I mean, so many other issues. And so to us, it says that, yes, scholarships are important and they are key, but they have to be accompanied by psychosocial support. They have to be accompanied by mentorship and partnerships with other organizations, with other institutions. I'm so happy to see the assistant chiefs and chiefs here, Ngao represented, and the commissioner, of course, because they're a big part also of successful scholarship programs or education intervention programs. And I say this because this is when the children are in school, maybe they're okay and they're safe, but when they go back home, what happens? So the environment becomes, again, very important. So for me, I think our takeaway, or my takeaway, on behalf, of course, of KenGen and KenGen Foundation is, first of all, you know, that reminder that our resource allocation, our efforts must be guided by the research and by evidence that we keep doing from our monitoring, our evaluation, our research, and our learning. But more importantly, also the partnerships become very important so that we're looking at a child holistically. If this child is not getting food, if this, we were talking about parents helping the children with homework. Most of these homes, when you visit, it's the grandparents who are at home. They're the ones who are raising the children. So again, you find the grandparents might not be able to do much. So it's just to encourage us. We are encouraged and we are actually obligated, I would say, to move beyond just the not just scholarships, because scholarships are very important, but to move beyond that and think about how much more we can do collectively so that we are actually looking at a child holistically. And I will end with a famous quote, because what's a speech without a famous quote, by saying that the world is changed by our actions and not our opinions. So that's an encouragement to all of us, that we put our work where our words are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elshiba. You know, there is a famous saying that I don't know who made it, so I can't attribute, and I don't want to claim it is mine. They say that no one would have remembered the Good Samaritan if the Good Samaritan only had the good intentions. If he saw the person who was injured, sympathized, was very sorry that the person was injured, and that was all, their story would not be in the Bible. Their story is in the Bible because they had resources to back up their good intentions. And that is the challenge we now face. We all know the challenges we have in the sector. We are being challenged to put resources to our good intentions and sympathies. Allow me to invite the chair of KEKSHA to come and speak to us.
Thank you, Daktari. Good afternoon. Looking at the mood, Daktari, I don't know how many minutes. Najua talking, wengine watakwambia 1 minute only. Sirio? 1 minute that it is. Because as a teacher, You know what it means when you are teaching a lesson towards lunch hours. And especially when the rest of the school hears the bell for lunch. Unajua mwalimu ukituchelewesha, hapa don't worry, I know nobody will miss. Lakini at school, it is like, hapana sahi, tutakosa. So ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Director of USAWA, Dr. Manyasa, honorable leaders present, our honorable MP who has just left, representatives from Ministry of Education, Dr. Barongo from the ministry, Dr. Ndamburi from the TSC, my NAT colleagues. Today I've also learned that we have a very strong union at ECD. Madam, hiyo chama ni fire si fire? Hiyo chama nimeisikia kiongea leo. Hiyo chama, hiyo union ni fire. So, Brother Hesmond, uko na mwenzako. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to sincerely appreciate USAWA Agenda for convening this timely forum, inviting us as Kenya Comprehensive School Heads Association to be part of this conversation. I also acknowledge KSCD, where I'm also a council member, for hosting us, the ministry, and all stakeholders joining us both physically and online. The launch of this year's 2025 FLANA report makes it a critical milestone in the Kenya's education reform journey. Ladies and gentlemen, this assessment is notable not only for its national scale, which covers the 47 counties across the country, but it also covers over 41,000 households and nearly 50 children across the country, 50,000 children, and more than 1,500 primary schools, but for the credibility and policy relevance of the evidence it provides on foundational learning. Most importantly, this is the first collaborative assessment between civil society through USAWA Agenda and the Ministry of Education, Directorate of Quality Assurance and Standards, incorporating direct classroom observations. This partnership strengthens both the legitimacy of the findings and the value for educational reforms. The report clearly demonstrates the variations in classroom practice, are strongly associated with differences in learner outcomes, reaffirming that instructional quality remains a decisive factor in foundational learning. For Keksha and for school heads across the country, this evidence speaks directly to our daily reality. It reinforces a fundamental truth that we all recognize. What happens in the classroom today surely sharpens the success of every child tomorrow. Foundational literacy and numeracy are the bedrock of the competency-based education framework. Where foundational gaps persist in early grades, they undermine later investments in curriculum reform, assessments, technology, integration, and learner pathways. Therefore, as school leadership, we not only deal in administration matters, but only support effective teaching and learning practices, create safe, inclusive, enabling learning environments, use data to guide instructional environment, ensure accountability for learner progress. Ladies and gentlemen, as Keksha, we believe strongly that policy must be informed by credible national representation data. The interventions must be targeted where learning gaps are most pronounced. Resources must follow evidence, not assumption or averages. We must therefore move from diagnosis to action by strengthening instructional leadership at school level, providing practical support to teachers, and prioritizing foundational learning in planning and budgeting. If we fix the foundation now, we are sure that we are going to secure the future of every learner and the credibility of our education reforms. The presence here today of national and county governments, parliamentary and Senate, civil society, development partners, teacher unions, associations, parents associations, private sectors, and the media reflects the shared responsibility we all carry for learning outcomes. Keksha values its long-standing partnership with Usawa Agenda, the government, and other stakeholders. Therefore, as I conclude, I congratulate Usawa Agenda and the Ministry of Education and all partners involved in providing this landmark report. May the conversation we hold today and the actions that follow translate into measurable improvements in classroom practices and learning outcomes for all Kenyan children. God bless our country. Asanteni sana. And I also end by saying a quote from our very senior man, Nelson Mandela, that education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. God bless us. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. I really appreciate the fact that the speakers who have come have used minimal time. The good thing about teachers is that they know how to tell whether your learners are with you or not. So they have been able to help us recover some lost time. We have only 2 left to speak, and then we'll have a way forward through the leadership of Mr. Barongo, and we will be ready to have our lunch. I request that you do not leave before you have lunch, because KSC do not know what to do with it if you leave it here. It was prepared for us. My time to invite the Chair of Parents Association, Mr. Silas Obuhatha, to come and speak to us. He's the Chair of Parents, but he's a former teacher, so I know he knows how to read the mood of the room. Thank you.
I'll be very brief. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be very brief because I haven't been a teacher. I'm retired, but I'm not very tired. First, allow me to thank Dr. Manyas and his team for working very hard. They have been doing it, and they have done it, and they're still doing it again, once more, by bringing out research each and every time. So as you've heard, my name is Silas David Obuhatsa. I chair the Parents Association, and we work closely with the Ministry of Education and other government agencies and development partners, because parents are key stakeholders in the education sector. What we are talking today actually reflects on where parents sit. It's sad to hear that ECD is dying. The strong young man from the ECD whatever union. We are parents and you are there. We shall still stand with you and support that ECD cannot die, because if it dies, parents have died. Mine is like a recommendation, I don't know. One is that from the report, the thing I've come to understand is that we have to prioritize foundational learning. We must give a priority as the first instance, so that we build the issues of literacy and numeracy within our classrooms. 2, the more you are here, teachers need retooling, more retooling than before. That should be done and should be trained. That will support the research by Usawa Agenda. Classroom assessment, Ministry of Education, you are here. And TSC, that should be reinforced again so that we can know exactly what is happening on the ground. Focus on marginalized areas like Garissa. Yes, Garissa, they have very good water for showering, but now education, we have heard that there are those issues that we are facing. And then provide adequate and learning materials by the government to these schools. If the schools are well equipped, well funded, some of these issues that Usawa Agenda is raising will be gone cases. Strengthen school leadership. Here's the association, you're here. Work with the heads and your teachers properly. Work with the parents. We thank you, Bonafide. You have been on the front line when it comes to working with the parents. You have never left us behind. And I thank you for that. because you recognize the role that parents are playing in the education sector. Coordination of the education stakeholders, Ministry of Education, TSC, KIC, NEC, Parents Association, and others is very important to address these issues. And then use research to guide policy, like now that Dr. Manyasa has come up with this kind of research. How does it help to guide the policy making within the education sector? And then finally, sustaining investment in basic education, timely funding, and resources and support are essential to secure children's learning foundation. I finish by saying parents support the FLAN recommendations because ensuring children learn to read, write, and count today secures their future success. I say amen.
Thank you, Chairman. So, the last but not least speaker today is going to be Dr. Ndamburi from the Teacher Service Commission. He occupies a unique position among all the speakers today. He's the only one from an independent constitutional commission with a mandate to make sure that we have a teaching service that actually delivers the service of teaching across the country. Dr. Ndamburi, if there are any questions that came from the floor that you feel you want to respond to, feel free to respond to as you speak to us. And after you, it will be one more step.
The executive board members for our agenda, the delegates and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I know we have been sitting for quite a while. Can I request you stand for 1 minute? As a teacher, I can read. Some of you are almost sleeping. So just stand for 1 minute and you can stretch, and then after that you can be seated. You can be seated. It gives me a great pleasure on behalf of the CEO Teacher Service Commission to join you today in the launch of the 2025 Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment Report. I wish to acknowledge the role our agenda plays in carrying out educational researches and providing information and data that assist in the decision making and for speaking up on issues affecting the profession. Ladies and gentlemen, since we started, I have received a lot of issues about teachers. I want to make it clear to all of us, ladies and gentlemen, education is not only for the teacher, it is for all of us. It takes a village to do what? Yes. And therefore, what we are only saying as a Teacher Service Commission is that teachers are the engines of the education system. They are responsible for ensuring that learners acquire the basic reading, writing, and arithmetic skills by grade 3. The roles have shifted with the introduction of the competency-based education, moving from rote instruction to learner-centered facilitation. That is the reality. And I want to say, as a commission, we have been deploying teachers, recruiting and deploying teachers to our schools in the country so that they can go and offer, one, instructional leadership so that learning takes place. Two, they are the ones that are implementing the curriculum that KICD has developed. And three, they are the ones that are assessing learning. They do assessment of learning, assessment for learning, and that is what they are basically doing. They are also mentors, and they are role models of the children. But I want to say, teachers cannot work in isolation. Today, we have introduced in the curriculum values, where we tell people, be honest. We develop our children to be honest. But when they come home, they find a father or a mother on phone saying, you know, as I talk to you, I'm not at home. Then we want them to learn to be honest. But you are not honest. And then what has happened? What we have introduced in the curriculum today that is called extended activity, that is supposed to be undertaken by the learner and the parent. But what does the parent do? The parent says, let the house girl do. So, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is true from what has come out in the research that there are quite a number of gaps that are there that are ampling the question of literacy and numeracy. But how much of it you as a parent, because I know all of us here are parents, either you are a grandmother, you are the mother or the father, how much are you taking the initiative to be able to take your learner even out to read the vowels? I'm talking to learned guys. When did you take your young child on saying ha, and the chef can tell you how it is pronounced? Yeah? You know, we could be having a blame game that our learners are not learning. But you as a parent, and I want to put it very clear, you are the teacher number one in your house. And unless each of the parents in this country desire to pick up the extended activities that the teachers give, then the collaboration aspect of learning will become very difficult. It is true, Teacher Service Commission is required to post teachers. And I like what the Kenya National Union of Teachers and all the other unions are saying. It is true that is our role. But all of us, I want to ask this afternoon, which home does not have a challenge among us? So that you can invite I stay with you. I have not seen any hand. Meaning that every home has a what? A challenge. Now, when your home has a challenge, do you live always telling people, you know, I don't have salt, therefore eat without? What have we done as a government? And I want to say to all of us, ladies and gentlemen, since 2022, our Kenya Kwanza government has been able to employ to date 100,000 teachers. Since independence, tell me if we have ever done that. And the unions are here. They can tell you, even when they are telling me employ more. Employment of teachers depends on the resources available. And now what we are doing, we are trying to rationalize teachers all over the country so that we can equalize. And I'm happy you are saying you have the data on some of what is happening in some of the counties. Having now primary school up to grade 6, and then we have junior school 7 to 9. We are saying we need to make sure there is equal distribution so that we can have learning taking place. When we talk about Northeastern, ladies and gentlemen, all of you know we have been having a perennial issue of insecurity. And therefore, the education sector cannot learn alone when we have not worked with the interior. This afternoon I was sitting there, and last night, one of our teachers was killed in one of the places in Garissa. It is in the news. So, who would want to go and get killed? So what then should we be able to do as a government? That is why, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at now what government has done, it has opened Garissa TTC, Wajir TTC, and Mandera TTC. All of them are full with teachers who come from that area. So government is not keeping quiet, because we are saying when these people now come and they graduate, they can be able to go back in the community and the question of insecurity won't be lower. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many things that we can identify as gaps. But I want to say as a commission, we are determined and committed to have every child of Kenya get the learning required. I thought you would have clapped for me. That is the reality. And we are doing everything possible. You can ask the unions, everything possible to make sure we provide the teachers required in our schools against the budget that we are provided by Parliament. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say, as a commission, we want to see foundational learning, literacy and numeracy improved. But we require parent support, the Parents Association. We require all other organizations' support so that we have the resources, we have what is required, we have the infrastructure, so that the learning environment can be able to get what is required for us, ladies and gentlemen. And therefore, as a commission, we have the mandate of retooling the teachers, which we have done. And we want to continue, because we retool the teachers against a provided budget. But I want to say today, we are welcome to anyone who has a program and you want to get to our schools and help our teachers. Write to the CEO and we sit down and we look at your program and we will give you a way of getting into our schools and train our teachers. It is welcome. But now what is happening today, what we are avoiding as a government is to have uncoordinated retooling programs for teachers. So that a teacher is not in class and he is being trained. Remember, our main priority is the learner. And that's why we have clearly said, please do not undertake any retooling program during school time. Allow the teachers to teach, so that when you have a program, you can undertake it over the holidays or over the weekend, so that at least our time on task with the children is going to work for us, ladies and gentlemen. And therefore, this research for us is very critical, because it has identified the key gaps that need to be addressed. But I can tell you, these are things that we have really been battling with. When we hear there is a school where the teacher-student ratio is 1:135, it bothers us, because how will that teacher answer to the question of learner contact time? How will that be? These are things that we are battling with, ladies and gentlemen. And I can tell you, the Kenyan government is very keen in looking for resources to make sure we employ the teachers so that they can fit in our Kenyan system. And therefore, if you come in as a stakeholder and you have a way that you can assist, we will be really grateful about it. When it comes to the issue of the refugees, we have started a new program called the School-Based Teacher Support, where we have decided we are including the refugee teachers in Garissa and in Turkana camps, so that they can also be able to make the best quality for their children in the refugee camps as a commission. And we are working with the different organizations, Teach Well, so that they can be able to get what is required for this country. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to deliver much, but I want to say, in order for the commission to succeed, we require your support. If we require to have people to intervene on insecurity issues, we require the Interior Ministry. If we require people to intervene on health issues so that the learners can be in school on time, we require the Ministry of Health. And therefore, I want to say, for Teacher Service Commission, we are looking at a multi-sectoral working together in order to answer to all these things that we are talking about. And I want to thank Usawa Agenda for bringing up these issues. We don't cry over spilled milk. It is already known that 50% of the learners are not doing this. So the question is, what will be the way forward? How do we get more resources to employ more teachers? How do we make sure books are available? Because if books are not available, the teacher is not able to handle what is required. But let me encourage you today that the curriculum design that has been provided by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, we have told the teachers how they can interpret using the learning experiences and be able to teach and manage the teaching. I wish you well and thank you for the collaboration.
Thank you. He spoke loud and clear, so if you haven't heard him, you need your ears checked. Allow me to invite Mr. Barongo. He's going to take very few minutes, maybe 15, to help us do one thing, get our way forward. What have you picked from this discussion today that you think we need to take away, and how do we act collectively and in our individual spaces to try and make this not a lamentation session, but a session where we have forged something that we're going to be doing to correct the things we feel need to be corrected. Karibu Bwana Barongo. This is my senior, and he's one man who has always supported us for a long time, even before he came to Nairobi.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Asante sana Daktari, the guest of honor represented here by my colleague Martha Udundo. The Usawa Agenda family, all stakeholders. I'm saying that because of the time that we have. I would have named all of you because I know all of you, but feel appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Whatever I'm going to say before I engage you will only be a plug-in point because we can't just start from anywhere. And therefore, I'm going to give it about 2 minutes, and then we move into the gist of what we want to do. Foundational learning is important. Yeah, in a nutshell, because I don't want to use scientific language, I want to say that the foundational literacy is just the knowledge of language and how you could know how to use language and understand. And therefore, when you can be able to read and comprehend language, English, Kiswahili, and any other language, that means when you read, you will be learning. But if you cannot understand a sentence, anything you read in another area, you will not be learning. You will be using time, but not to any gain. Foundational numeracy simply means arithmetic and the family of arithmetic. And it takes us very fast to the STEM pathway, which all of us want to depend on to move into another level of development as a country. If you don't understand the basics, even if we spend 100 years to bring those basics when you are at an advanced stage, we'll be wasting time and resources. And therefore, somebody who can't read and do simple arithmetic, in another language we say they are not thoughtable. You cannot teach them. They are unteachable. And therefore, whichever level they want to move to, they will not be learning. And at the end of it all, they will graduate when they are illiterate. They cannot form a workforce of a country. And therefore, they cannot be used to produce the resources in that country. And therefore, the country cannot take off. And I want to agree with the gentleman who said that what we are saying here is the foundation of moving to the first world country. Because unless you get it well in the foundational learning, there is no any other learning area that you will understand. Now, the importance of this assessment. We as the implementers of curriculum, the Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission, would like to be told whether we are doing it well or we are getting it wrong. And I think through the assessment that has been done by USAWA, so many things have been brought to the fore, and we can know where we are doing well, where the gaps are, and where we need to improve. Very, very important. And therefore, in a summary, I want to say, from the foundational literacy and numeracy assessment, the most popularly called as FLANA, 2025 report that has been presented to us and we have launched. There's a lot that has been brought to the fore, but I want to conclude by saying that it has brought to us the fact that we are not doing well. We are not meeting the expectation that we want to meet. It is now clear that not all our children can read and comprehend, and not all our children can solve simple arithmetic problems that they should have solved when they were even younger. Therefore, the results that we have are a product of so many things that the adults have not done, and so many things that the adults have done and they have done it wrongly. The commissions and the omissions that we have committed ourselves to. In terms of resources, resource distribution, the textbooks and the teachers. We have all talked about the teachers' distribution and so on, that there are schools that don't have teachers from the government and so on. We don't have textbooks. We don't have wash facility. Those are omissions from us. Teacher training and teacher distribution, what we have not done to make the SNE schools conducive for the SNE learners. We are not attracting them to school. That's why we have so many outside there. From these findings, ladies and gentlemen, something still can be done to correct this situation. We want to take advantage of the presence of all of you, the key education stakeholders in the room, to pick your thinking, to pick your takeaways from what you have listened to in these results. And then, in terms of intervention, tell us what you feel as, for example, as UNICEF, you can take away, and what you feel that is in your powers that you can do to intervene so that we reverse the trend and have our children read and do mathematics. Our human and development partners in the room, our education practitioners from different levels up to the university level. There is something that you can take home and there's something that you can do in terms of research, in terms of resources and so on, so that together then we can again craft what we can do and revert the situation. Minister of Education, Teacher Service Commission, our sagas in the room, KICD, you are very key even in terms of materials, instructional materials and so on. Our unions, and especially NAT, because Kupeta, I think in foundational learning, Kupeta hawajakuja sana, unless watupatie pesa. But NAT, you have a direct link that you can give us. NGOs, various networks, our National Assembly and Senate, that we popularly call as Parliament, the county commissioner who is here, a very close partner to the Ministry of Education, because we work together in doing all these things. Parents Association, Kenjen in the room, there is something that you have taken away, and we could want to have it. And then the secretariat from Usawa can take it down so that we can make a follow-up, and together then we plan on how we should move forward to improve the situation for foundational learning in Kenya. And therefore, I'm now opening the forum, the plenary, so that you raise up your hand, say the association or the organization you belong to, and tell us what you have taken away and where you think. Then you can also give a contribution in terms of intervention, so that together then we can help with our agenda to call us back again and give us another action line. Tumeelewana hapo? Ama kwa hivyo mambo haya yako kwenu sasa. Mimi ni kusema yule ameinua mkono utasema jina yako, na wale wenye vidude vya kuleta sauti muwe karibu. So sasa mimi nataka nione mkono juu, na mkifanya haraka 5 minutes we are done. One is there, second. They will tell us their names and their organization. From this way, this line where somebody else, the two are here, 3, 4, something. Let's start with the first one. Who is up there?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Barongo. George Sikulu again is my name, CEO, National Parents Association. We are very challenged by the FLANA report on the positive correlation between engagement of parents in learning and the learning outcomes. For that, we therefore think that as Parents Association, we need to mobilize parents to be more engaged in learning. In order for that to happen, we need to engage more in parental empowerment at school, maybe using the government structure of the PTAs, and we need to invest in 2 ways. We need to invest in awareness and training of parents and their leadership. We also need to invest in materials, IEC materials for parental engagement. And practically, in order to do that, we propose that we have capacity sharing through KEKSHA, so that because parents do give a big chunk, actually according to the NAT report, the parents give up to 59% of total education financing. And so at school level, parents give towards development, they give remedials, they give to some activities, they also pay BOM teachers. So I want to request KEKSHA, sitting here, that you consider out of those funds given without asking for more money, get a small amount of money from those funds to be used centrally in a coordinated way, so that we can reinvest it back to the givers by providing more opportunities for parental empowerment, and that should be coordinated countrywide. So if from those funds, for example, you decide 1 shilling per child from those funds can be invested back into parental empowerment, that will go a long way in supporting us to create a new cadre of parents that are ready for competency-based education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Masi Magak. I work at CFK Africa, an organization based in Kibera, and we help improve learning outcomes for students in informal settlements. And my key takeaway is that social impact organizations' work is backed up by data. And I'm proud to report that based on the previous FLANA report, we were able to come up with initiatives of direct tutoring, which we were able to get data, and this has improved the learning outcomes. So if you allow me to just read from our previous report, is that, so one of the outcome is that improved literacy and numeracy skills. So the project implemented the direct tutoring initiative targeting students in grade 3 to 5, identified as falling behind in literacy and numeracy skills. And the initial target population for the pilot was 600 students from a sample of 15 informal schools. These are APBET schools, alternative providers of basic education. And one of the initiative was tutoring implementation. So we were able to successfully scale the tutoring initiative, expanding to 34 schools and reaching 1,196 students. And the next initiative was capacity building, a total of 97 facilitators. And it is at this point that I'll echo Dr. Ntamburi's remark on avoiding uncoordinated efforts to help improve learning outcomes. So we are very system sensitive, and we conduct these trainings during the holidays. And so the next one was learning improvement. So we did conduct a baseline assessment, and we conducted this in Q1, and a midline assessment in Q2, and an endline assessment. And the improvements and the data are available. And also adherence to methodology. So through our monitoring and evaluation, we were able to visit across 37 schools in Q3, and that is 94% of master trainers. And so what I'm trying to say is that the way forward is to have coordinated partnership and benchmarking. So mine is just to invite all the stakeholders involved to work with organizations and civil societies that are already doing something small to add up to the improvement of literacy and numeracy skills. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think what Madam is saying is that we need a national coalition of all players in this space of literacy and numeracy. Thank you so much. The next. We have heard from Ziz Africa and Afrique and the National Parents Association. Next. Okay, karibu.
Good afternoon, Celine from the International Rescue Committee. Just to re-emphasize the point in terms of the refugee learners and how we integrate them into the system, and just ensuring that, you know, the visibility and for these studies to continue, that it's also, inclusive, and that we do hear their voices. And we do take into consideration what the needs are there, because especially in terms of, with the policy, in terms of integrating refugee learners, of course, it brings so many other elements, in terms of capitation and so many other things. But for us to continue this conversation, I think a lot of progress has been made, as I mentioned earlier in the morning. So for us to also just keep that at the top of our minds as well, as we work hand in hand, especially in the refugee hosting counties, because we do support both the host community learners, but also the refugee learners. So let's not forget them, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know the refugee learners come with some other languages that it becomes very hard to now teach English and Kiswahili. So you have a lot of things to do, even to reach the literacy levels that you need. The next, yes, Kepsha. Before Kepsha, I think.
Good afternoon, stakeholders, education stakeholders.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'll be very brief because of time. My name is Eric Ambuche, as I said, founder Slums Outreach Program, and it's good we have a way forward. Mine is very detailed, but I'll just mention without expounding, as I said, because of time. When I met one of USAWA agenda officials on a TV interview, she raised a point about political goodwill. We need leadership that can formulate policies that will actualize these findings. I have been accredited as a voter education provider in all the 47 counties in Kenya. I'll share my detailed concept with USAWA through their portal. I cannot say it here. Lastly, there was a suggestion in 2018 about having title deeds for all the public schools. Up to the date, it has never been actualized. So this is not rocket science. And that's the reason people of Mbaka South are suffering. Then, law to take its course. Ghost schools, ghost students is the order of the day. Asanteni.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Capture.
Thank you, Director Barongo. Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
My name is Fuad Ali from Keksha. We believe that foundation is very key to our learners. Where the foundation is not good, all the rest follows. We'll be just lost in the air. So in anything we do, foundation is the basic. And we must have it right. When we have it right from the bottom, then uko mbele tunasema yuko sawa. But kama vile tunasema sanaa ndiyo kioo cha jamii. Na sisi leo tumeona usawa agenda ni kioo cha elimu. So asante sana usawa agenda. We are happy. I was following the report keenly. I've seen the gaps. You've seen where the rain starts beating us. Na unajua hapo grade 6 walitoka huko chini. Tatizo ambalo tukanalo director, in ECD, it's a devolved system of government where the county governments are mostly involved in ECD. And nearly over 90% of the ECD centers are domiciled in our primary schools. So in some parts of the counties, and which we need to bring down together all the county governments and we have a dialogue with them, there is a tug of war in the management of ECD centers between the school management and the county governments. So ikitokea hapo, there are possibilities that heads of institution wanaweza kusema sasa nyinyi fanyeni tu mambo yenu. There will be even very little supervision from the head of the institution because of the interference brought about by the county governments. So we need to come together. We need to work together as one, the county government and the Ministry of Education, as much as ECD are devolved. But that is where the basics start. When these children come to grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, I'm not saying all, in some county governments, they are operating so well. In fact, in some county governments, they consider it as a basic education. And they are fair to the ECD centers, grade 1, 2, and 3. But in some, there's some tug of war. So let's try and see how we can bring together these groups so that tuwe na msingi imara, msingi bora, ndio huko mbele kutakuwa sawa. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Mambo yatakuwa sawa tukifanya hayo ambayo tumeelekezwa. Tuna move from there, we are coming this way. Now we are in between here. Somebody who feels you have a takeaway that you have already taken.
Okay, my name is Christina Kello and I work at Global eSchools and Communities Initiative. And my takeaway is that as we are seated here as organizations and educators, the gap we are seeing or what we have noticed is that learning does not just happen in isolation. So what are the teaching pedagogies that go within this learning that we expect these children to achieve? Are these teachers trained? If I'm a teacher and I'm tasked to teach 100 learners, however much I think I would want to do this, I may not do it effectively. So what about if as organizations, or maybe if the organizations that have models that have worked, help us employ so that we are able to reach out to these learners who are going to school and are being wasted. Because if we don't capture them by age 7, psychology tells us that we lose them. So if there are models that have been tested, worked, probably they can be shared so that we help these teachers reach the large number of students that they are attending to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Yeah, once again, Hesbon Otieno from KNUT. As we started, I said that these findings are good because they shape our policy, and mostly I spoke to the Teacher Service Commission and the Minister of Education. But it has made me thinking that as we had the USAWA agenda doing the research, they did classroom observation, and in that matter, they interacted with teachers. It is very, very important for us to think about the way in which the outcome of this research can go back to the same teachers who interacted with it at the classroom level, so that the teachers can also be informed, because they can be part and parcel of the solution that we are looking for. We might think that the ministry has the monopoly, or even the TSC, or even us stakeholders who are sitting here, while the teachers themselves can also use the findings of this research to either organize themselves at individual level or even maybe bring up a way forward that would assist to ensure that we get it right at foundational learning. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think what we are getting is that we arrange forums where we'll go back to the teachers and give them the findings and then discuss on how they can implement. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Once again, I'm Sospita Getonga. I represent USAWA Agenda Partners, and I am from Embu County. My organization is called Partners in Arts and Contemporary Development. Now, we have been in the process for some time, and there is power in USAWA Agenda Partners taking action. The immediate action we are going to take is to share this report with our respective county governments. And I say county governments because they are in charge of ECD. And I would also challenge Minister of Education Director that we bring these 16% we are missing back to the fold. That is the action we are going to take. And actually in Embu, we are starting immediately. On Thursday, we're having a meeting with other CSOs in the county and engage the county on that. Further to that, we are in the process of budget 26-27 preparation, and the last phase for the county government is due in the next month. We want this issue to be in the budget, and we have done it in the past. It has found its way in the budget, and I believe it is going to work for the county. It is important that members seated here, not county government of Embu, have used the previous USAWA agenda findings to formulate policy on ECD. Just clap for that county. Thank you. So I'm very sure they're going to uptake this and work on it. The previous reports had shown that we had shortage of teachers. I remember I did not complete that statement. So it is important for us to know that from the previous engagement, even with the Teacher Service Commission at the county level, they have been able to rationalize teachers and posted teachers in those areas that they were not teachers. And that's why you can see from the report, my brother spoke about page 19, from the teacher.
On the gender and inclusion aspects, and the national gender research agenda that was recently launched by the National Gender and Equality Commission. And I know that Usawa Agenda is one of the organizations that made a solid contribution to the National Gender Research Agenda. So we can actually, in that context, use evidence from this report for further intersectional research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. for that.
Thank you very much. Mine is just a suggestion on also the way forward, because we appreciate what Usawa Agenda has done in terms of this report. But most of the experiences I've had, even previously, is that this report is going to be out maybe probably in the media today, tomorrow, and then it will fizzle out. I think my suggestion would be the same partners that we used at the county level to do this can also be engaged, even at no cost, to disseminate this report at the local stations in a language that is understood by the people down there. And that way, because I look at this, and that's how the process has been, a citizen-led assessment process. Let the citizen continue to carry this conversation on the daily shows, as somebody has suggested. But I would really wish that we continue using those partners down there. If it is at the cost, we have several, Kaya FM. Let them go and say, kudzikala na ripoti kuko ya Usawa Agenda na inamba vivi, and the people will pick it up. So that it doesn't just end at KICD and national television, NTV, Citizen, among others. And then after that, we don't have a conversation. I would want this conversation to continue, even in those small media that touch the people in a language that they can understand. That's my projection. Otherwise, kudos to Usawa Agenda.
Thank you so much, sir. The issue of communication to the grassroots, very, very important, and in a language that can be understood.
Thank you, appreciating Usawa Agenda for the comparative analysis between the refugees, learners, and the what we would call the national or host community learners. And this forms a very firm basis for comparison, but also for the integration of learners, of refugee learners in the national education system through the Shirika plan. I think this should not stop here, but stimulate the key stakeholders in focusing on the integration of refugee education in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will suggest that now, whichever takeaway we have, you write it down, and the way forward, and then you can hand it over to the Secretariat of Usawa. That is because of the low levels of sugar. Nimeona wenzangu, especially wale wako miaka yangu, wameanza kusikia vile nasikia. Do you agree with me? Sasa, anybody with a very burning one that you think should be the last one, then we can stop there. Then I hand it over to Langat.
Thank you, stakeholders, for being in the room until this time. Thank you for providing solutions and charting the way forward. We will continue engaging in our platforms and in order to implement what we've mentioned during this particular forum. So which will be coordinated by my colleague, Robin Taskino. So when you're called upon, kindly cooperate. We appreciate you, and then a reminder on the meeting that had been requested by Madam Martha. Kindly you will be directed where the venue will be for that meeting during lunch break. So if your organization was mentioned, kindly remain behind, and then you will be guided how that will be done. Now I'd like to welcome my colleague, Ms. Selina Mutie, to give the vote of thanks. Selina, karibu. I'm just asking for a clap. I believe I've done a good job. Yeah, so thank you so much. It's been an honor serving you today. Thank you. All right, I'll stand here until she arrives. She's coming. Karibu.
It's been a long day, no? But I think one thing I would like to acknowledge is as much as the sugar levels are a little bit lower, so happy to see everyone. The room was so full, and now we are coming to an end of this memorable occasion, whereby everybody has given it all, the discussions, the engagement, and all that. So I'll just proceed with the vote of thanks. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Usawa Agenda, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude to each one and every one of you for being part of this memorable occasion, the official launch of the 2025 Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment, FLANA report. Are all our children learning? Today has been a significant gathering that brought together leaders and key stakeholders from government, unions, civil society, development partners, religious organizations, educationists, and the wider learning community. All are all united by a common cause, providing the foundational learning outcomes of children in Kenya and beyond. First, I would like to sincerely thank Madam Martha Odundo, head of the Directorate of ECD, who represented the chief guest, Honorable Julius Ogamba, Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Education, for officially launching the report, as well as the ministry's continued leadership and the commitment to advancing education in Kenya. We appreciate Honorable Haro Abdul, representative from the National Assembly Education Committee, Mr. Makta Ogle, Principal Examination Secretary at NEC, Kenya National Examination Council. Your presence today affirms the central role of evidence in shaping education policy and practice. To our keynote speaker, the marathon legend and the founder of Eliud Kipchoge Foundation, in absentia, Mr. Eliud Kipchoge, you had a great inspiration to our work. You remind us that endurance, discipline, and steady progress are the values we need as we strive to unlock every child's potential. Thank you for honoring our request and joining us virtually. We are deeply grateful to the development, KICD, for hosting us, and in particular to Professor Charles Ogondo for your warm welcome and steadfast partnership in strengthening foundational learning. Our sincere appreciation goes to the Usawa Agenda Board, led by Dr. Henry Kilonzo, and to our founders, Dr. Martin Ogola and Dr. Evelyn Wanzala, for their vision, stewardship, and unwavering belief in education justice. We also thank our Executive Director, Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, and the entire Usawa Agenda Secretariat for the leadership, rigor, and dedication that brought this assessment and report to fruition. We extend our profound gratitude to our development partners and funders, including Echidna Giving, Wellspring, Imaginable Futures, Gates Foundation, Podcast Foundation, and International Rescue Committee, whose support made this work possible. We are also thankful to all partners who shared reflections today, reaffirming the collective responsibility we carry for Kenya's children. Special thanks to the country partners, trainers, test panelists, volunteers, village coordinators, chiefs, assistant chiefs, school leaders, teachers, parents, and communities across our 47 counties. Your time, trust, and commitment ensured that this assessment truly reflects the lived realities of children across our country. Above all, we thank the children of Kenya who participated in the assessment. This report exists because of them and for them. For your voices, experiences must continue to guide our actions. To the technical, media, and communications team, the sign interpreters, photographers, and all vendors behind the scenes, thank you for ensuring that today's proceedings were captured with excellence and professionalism. And of course, to everyone in this room, education stakeholders, participants, and guests, thank you for your time, your engagement, and your enthusiasm. Your active participation is central to the success of this event and to the shared mission we pursue to promote systems change for education justice through research, innovation, and stakeholder engagement. Thank you all for your presence, your partnership, and your commitment to education transformation. God bless you all.
Photo session. Mr. Ford, can I have a mic, please? We conclude with a word of prayer. Technical team. And then lunch will be served at the restaurant. You will be guided by the Usawa Agenda team. Karibu.
Sawa, na tuombe. Kwa Mwenyezi Mungu mwenye kuneemesha neema ndogo ndogo na mwenye neema kubwa kubwa. Tukushukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa siku hii ya leo. Tukushukuru kwa majadiliano tuliyokuwa nayo kumhusu mtoto ambaye tunamuita malaika. Mwenyezi Mungu, tujalie yale ambayo tumeongozwa kuyafanya kuweza kumuinua kiumbe chako. Mwenyezi Mungu, tujalie tuweze kuyafanya. Mwenyezi Mungu, tupe uwezo, tupe hikma, tupe na busara ya kuwalea na kuwaongoza watoto wetu ili waje wawe viongozi wa soni. Mwenyezi Mungu, tujalie amani, tujalie upendo katika nchi yetu. Na haya uwezo
or even worse outcomes. Dreams unattained or shattered sources. Deeper analysis has drawn the conclusion that the undesirable learning outcomes are a derivative of unjust education systems that augment rather than eliminate the disadvantages, hence the current state of education.
You find some of the kids, they remain at home because their parents, they are not able even to buy uniform, even to buy even clothes.
At Imaginable Futures, one thing that we firmly believe in is that the importance of education and its ability to actually disrupt cycles of inequity.
I want us to interrogate the policies that we have on education and ask ourselves, are we keeping children in school or are we keeping them in school to learn?
We believe that with requisite systems changes, the challenges that children bring into school and enable every child to access and benefit from quality education.
About even children who are learning in open spaces.
Our education system should be the learner comes from. A just education system should help them achieve their dreams.
The teacher-student ratio can be there, the teacher classroom, whatever ratios can be there, but then I think the whole course is defeated.
It is for this reason that as Usawa Agenda, we have invested in building partnerships across the education sector beyond Kenya to harness the diverse viewpoints of those impacted by and those who impact policy, practice, investment and community decisions that affect access to quality.
The assessment inafanywa sisi kama partners with the Usawa Agenda kuleta tukiweza kufanya hizo assessment with nini tunaweza fanya
Following 2 assessments in 2021 and 2023, where we asked the question, are our children learning, we found that despite the resources invested, learning outwork for only a few.
In school because you have 100% transition policy. They grow up in secondary school for another 4 years.
Panels of specialists from the Ministry of Education, CNEC, KECD, the International Rescue Committee, academia and practicing teachers collaboratively drafted, pre-tested, piloted and refined the assessment instruments including English literacy, numeracy and an ethno-mathematics general knowledge item.
It is your favorite #1 Nigerian saxophonist. My name is Yemi Sax.
Love on the beat. You are savage on this one, yeah. Whiskey, do you want mama? Make it yellow like a finger. If no be you, then tell me who. Nobody messing with my boo. If no be you, then tell me who. Nobody messing with my boo.